Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the City of Yucaipa City Council meeting of August 10th, 2020. We'll go ahead and start our meeting now with our pledge, and if Captain Williams would come up and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
If you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Captain. Jennifer, will you call roll, please?
Councilmember Riddell.
Here.
Councilmember Bogue.
Here.
Councilmember Duncan. Mayor Pro Tem Allen. Here. Mayor Avila.
Here. All right. Sounds like we have one council member absent this evening. We'll make note of that. Mr. Case, are there any changes to the agenda this evening?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Staff would respectfully request that for the last item in closed session, that there would be only 2 items to discuss under that agenda item rather than 3.
Okay, thank you. We need to take a vote on the changes?
If you'd like, yes.
Okay. Is there any discussion on Mr. Casey's request? If not, Mrs.
I'll move the item.
Okay. You have a first?
We're making a motion to
Approve.
amend the item. Okay, I'll second.
Session.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did I get a second from you, Greg?
Yes.
Okay, we have first and a second. Mrs. Shanklin, will you take the, Mrs. Crawford, excuse me. Will
Okay.
you take the roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Riddell.
Aye.
Councilmember Bogue.
Aye.
Councilmember Duncan. Mayor Pro Tem Allen.
Aye.
Mayor Avila.
Yes, that passes. 4-0, 1 absent. For special presentations now, we have Captain Williams, I believe, or is it Chief Malinowski?
Chief Malinowski.
Chief Malinowski to give the Apple Fire update. I'm sorry, Chief.
All right, good evening, Mayor and council members. Go to the next slide there. So on June 31st at approximately 4:55 p.m., units from the Yucaipa Fire Department along with Cal Fire Riverside and San Bernardino, Cal Fire San Bernardino were dispatched to report a vegetation fire at Apple Lane, across of Oak Glen Road, hence the Apple incident. Cal Fire San Bernardino Battalion Chief Brett Taylor, who was covering behind myself while I was up on a strike team, responded to the incident, and he assumed the branch operations in the area of Oak Glen, cross of Scenic Crest Drive. I was returning from out of county and was notified of the fire when I was up in Pinion Hills, and also responded to the fire at approximately 5:30 for the interest to the city of Yucaipa. The first night the fire was held to the east side of Oak Glen Road, and the potential threat to the city and the residences of Yucaipa was mitigated, requiring no further action to the city interest at that time. The fire had grown easterly, was pretty much pushing due east, had grown over 4,000 acres by the second morning. So it burned very well at night, which is not necessarily typical minus Santa Ana conditions. I attended the operations briefing the next morning at Noble Creek Park. I made a decision point as our agency representative if the fire spread anywhere north near Mile High Canyon, which is east of Oak Glen, but it's a city of Yucaipa, that we would enter unified command. At 1 p.m. on August 2nd, the fire did spread northerly to Mile High Road, and the city of Yucaipa entered unified command with Cal Fire Riverside and the United States Forest Service. At 1:15 p.m., an evacuation order for Oak Glen area east of Oak Glen Road was issued, and then at 2:15, an evacuation order for the entire community of Oak Glen was ordered and coordinated with the Yucaipa PD, Captain Williams, and Riverside Sheriff's Office. I don't know if anybody noticed the large column the second day. The fire burned very well the second day. Start getting the little white poofy clouds up top. one of the concerns for us, even though the wind was pushing this way, once we get that heavy of a burn, it can kind of create its own weather, and we were worried about some downdrafts putting embers into the community of Oak Glen. And just to recap, Oak Glen is protected by Yucaipa Fire Department under contract. So the structures are ours. The land belongs to the state or feds accordingly. And then on August 2nd, we also sent the Crafton Hills paramedic engine as part of a mixed strike team for structure defense to the incident. Next one. I'm sorry, go back one for me, please. So there you can see our initial attack map. Just below, right next to Scenic Crest Drive, was where the fire started, but it kind of pushed due east, which was beneficial for us. Not so much for Riverside County, but for us. Next one. Yep. Cover all that. We did go into Unified Command. We assigned Todd Hopkins, who's the Division Chief at Oak Glen Camp, as our Unified Incident Commander to carry out our interests. Myself and our unit chief became the agency administrator and agency rep to make sure our interests were being appropriately addressed, which they were. On the 2nd, the fire did make a very strong northerly push through Mile High Ranch Road, did burn into the city of Yucaipa, and up to Oak Glen Camp. Oak Glen Camp, as I'll show you here, did receive damage, and the crews there saved their own camp. And then it was a major structure threat to our whole Pine Bench area. Next slide. So this is Oak Glen Camp right before the burnover. And this is the entrance of the camp as it was being burnt over. So it was intense. I'm sure everybody saw the massive smoke column. They did lose a vehicle, a fire vehicle, and some minor building damage, but other than that, unscathed. And throughout this incident, we haven't lost any structures in the city of Yucaipa or the Oak Glen community. There's only one structure lost, and that was a Riverside County residence. So the problem we had, the containment was hampered by very, very steep and inaccessible terrain, heavy fuels. There's rock escarpments where it's, literally vertical, and you can't just have people walk up those things. So we had to do indirect containment lines and let the fire back to it. That was beneficial, kept our folks safe. We were able to keep, with retardant and helicopter drops, let the fire, next slide, back into the containment lines. And it also was a low intensity fire because it's backing, so it kept all the vegetation really on the side of the hill. So we'll still do repair out there for rehabilitation of the vegetation, but mudslides should be at a minimum with all the vegetation really left on the side of the hill. It's really an understory burn at that part, and it was kept in check. If you saw, the helicopters were flying nonstop. They were just keeping that fire nice and slow to get it to what we wanted to do. Next slide. So to keep the community informed, once we did have that interest closer to our hearts, we did have a joint meeting with the City of Yucaipa Fire Department, and the Incident Management team at the community center. Allowed residents to have an operations briefing just like the firefighters get every morning on the current conditions, and also ask questions right from the guys leading the fire. And the same opportunity was presented through Facebook Live, especially with COVID and everything. That allowed everybody who was interested to attend, and they could watch it later. So on August 6th, if you saw the second large column, there was a large firing operation. It was very successful. To essentially the 90% of the fire, the footprint's not going to change now. They did a firing operation, it held, so pretty much from Forest Falls all the way through Morongo, the fire's not growing anymore. On August 6th, the fire in Oak Glen had backed into our containment lines and had held and was heavily mopped up with helicopters and crews on the ground. And on the 7th, we felt comfortable lifting the evacuation order for Oak Glen and also exiting Unified Command as the threat to our structures in Oak Glen was mitigated. On the 8th, because that firing operation, almost no smoke was visible on the incident. There is still active firefighting operations up in the wilderness. That's going to be like low intensity it's higher elevation, small fuels, and that's really becoming back a Forest Service thing where it's out in the wilderness. There is no structure threat. There's no massive fire spread. So they did determine the cause as a faulty vehicle due to an exhaust system, and that is typical. We'll see where we see multiple spots like that, especially like the Cajon Pass where we get 8 fires going up the Cajon Pass. Like, that's kind of weird. Somebody lit 8 fires, and they'll actually go out with a magnet and find pieces of the evidence and stuff like that. So they did drive to an actual investigation cause and released it, but there is a phone number, and a lot of people are calling like, hey, I saw this, I saw this. They're still leaving it open, and there is a number to call for the public. And that's pretty much all I have for you, unless you have questions on that.
Thank you, Chief Malinowski. Are there any questions of the chief? Dick Riddell, is there any questions you have of Chief Malinowski? Councilmember Riddell, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Do you have any questions of Chief Malinowski regarding the update on the Apple fire?
Yeah, I heard it. I have no questions.
All right, sir, thank you. Any questions, Greg?
I just want to commend you guys on such a great job. That was incredible. I mean, it was, you could see it glowing. I could see it glowing from my bedroom. And I'm on the west side of Yucaipa. You guys did a great job. I'm impressed. The only question I had was about the origin of the fire, but you explained that well, so no questions.
Yeah, if they weren't for sure, they definitely wouldn't put a press release out that quick. So, and one thing to add too, I left out, so it grew over 4,000 acres the first night. That next day went to over 20,000 acres. So that second day, it was wind in alignment and just fuels that hadn't burned. The fire history up by Pine Bench, we couldn't find anything. There was like a small fire in 1940s. There was like no fire history above the camp there for like 100 years. So, and a tidbit information, if you guys saw, the oldest, largest oak tree in the world is right there. I didn't know that. I thought that was interesting, but I like nerdy stuff like that, so.
Yeah, it's very impressive. And I live, well, so does, I think, Mr. Casey and some others live proximal to the fire line. And there was a tremendous response from the aircraft, the 747 and the different helicopters. It added a lot to slowing the fire down enough to get the crews to get up there and start building a line around it where they could. Absolutely. And it was very commendable. Actually, I expected the fire to go longer. I really did. But you guys did a fantastic job. I credit to all the firefighters. I pray for them daily.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Oh, Dave, I do have one question. It
Yes.
just popped into my head. First of all, congratulations on saving that tree. And secondly, what percentage containment are we at right now?
Well, you caught me there. It was over 45%, so I had to go look it up today.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Okay, next item, public comment. We're going to, this is the time for the public to make comments on generic subjects, not specific to any of the items on our agenda. Please remember that we do have speaker slips available for you to fill out, and that there is a 3-minute limit. We are going to just use the community meeting room on the other side of our city council chambers, and that's where the speakers will address the council and speak their mind. I do want to call up Rosario Kirk real fast to confirm that she wants to yield her 3 minutes to Francis Kirk. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay, I heard yes. So Francis Kirk, you will have a total of 6 minutes to make your presentation. All right, first out of the gate will be Abigail Gonzalez. What I do as a courtesy, I asked all of the speakers to state their name and address. And as a courtesy, when you begin speaking, that's when I will start the timer.
Hi. You want my address?
As a courtesy, yes. It's not imperative, but that's just a courtesy.
I I just came here to say I'm still upset about what happened on June 1st. I'm upset, very upset at the way that you guys reacted on August 1st, but I'm still very upset about what happened June 1st. This is 2 times now. We were able to come here before both of those, before August 1st and have a beautiful caravan. It was peaceful. So I don't know why you guys reacted the way you did. I live here. I picture that the whole community is listening to this right now. Like I said last time, my brother's banner is here in this city. What happened to my brother was unfair. We're seeing it with Vanessa Guillen. We're seeing it with Enrique Roman Martinez. I, that live here, that my brother went to school here, want and deserve to be able to be allowed to have a beautiful protest. I want my mom, who right now is in a wheelchair, to be able to come out here safely. That's what I want. I don't know how long it's going to take for you guys to say something or do something, but that was not okay.
Okay, the next speaker will be Francis Kirk. Mr. Kirk, you have 6 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Francis Kirk. I live on Avenue D. I'm here to speak on behalf of the protesters on August 1st. This city has once again showed us that color matters. Before the protest ever took place, we received threats of violence to our group. We were here for a peaceful protest. We were here because of what happened on June 1st. Peaceful protesters got attacked by a mob just so they could be silenced. We got involved and we were part of this protest because we too have felt the racism in this town. The members of Yucaipa Strong have attacked my wife and I repeatedly. They called and asked my wife if she had her green card. She's a U.S. citizen. That's the reason why we're here, or why we were there. This needs to stop. When we showed up, you could tell that it was going to be everything but peaceful. Very quickly into our movement, we realized that we were being closed in on both sides of the street, from our west and to our east. Then we hear BLM clear the streets. As we were trying to comply, we could see all the other counter-protesters shouting racist comments to us, telling us to leave the country. I was the one holding the big Mexican flag, and I heard it more than a few times, people telling me to go back to my country and that they should beat me for holding that flag. My wife is Mexican-American, so I hold that flag for her. This wasn't all they tried to do in order to silence us. We had some try to run us over with their cars while we were trying to get our cars off the road. They even threw up Nazi salutes at times on their side. In the moment, I asked an officer if we could get our group back into the Stater Brothers parking lot on Yucaipa Boulevard, and he said that no, that was a private property. I guess that didn't apply to the 200 counter-protesters standing in the parking lot. We kept hearing for us to disperse as the other group became more and more aggressive. The officers stood in line facing our smaller group as if they were protecting the more aggressive mob. This was all planned because fear drove that action. It was Yucaipa Strong members that said we were coming to riot. It was them that said we were terrorists. But it was also them that were the aggressors that day. Most of them were carrying knives longer than my arm. Yet we were the ones the city needed to save, that the city needed saving from. No, we were not the problem that day. Nor were we the problem on June 1st. The problem here is most of you don't want people of color to have a voice. You did infringe on our First Amendment right, and until it's the same for everyone, we'll keep coming back. We do have a voice, and we'll make sure you hear it.
Thank you. Okay, we have the last speaker is going to be Brenda Abraham.
I think it's Brenda Abraham, Yucaipa. Freedom of speech, including criticism of government, is protected by the First Amendment to the Constitution and strengthened by the Brown Act, which establishes the public's right to attend and participate in meetings of local legislative bodies. 3 rules in the Brown Act are particularly relevant. considering City Council's recent changes to meeting and public comments formats. Number one, meetings must be accessible to all members of the public. For months, Mr. Duncan attended meetings defiantly wearing his mask like a chin strap. You did nothing about his social media posts calling the pandemic a hoax, as Yucaipans got sick and died. Now City Council is suddenly limiting access to meetings in the name of protecting public health. This change reeks of hypocrisy and retribution for the ongoing and well-deserved public criticism of Mr. Duncan and of any council members who continually turn a blind eye to his toxic behavior. Conditions of admission, number two, conditions of admission to meetings such as registration of one's name is expressly forbidden. Council's attempts to stifle anonymous public comments are a violation of both the First Amendment and the Brown Act. Since you've all been made aware during previous public comments that myself and others are being targeted for harassment by members of the Yucaipa Strong and Yucaipa militia groups, the decision to publish email addresses from online comments is either staggeringly irresponsible or a deliberate attempt to intimidate your critics. If this policy continues, Council is complicit in any harassment or injury resulting from the publishing of this information. Number three, criticism of policies, procedures, programs, services of the agency, or acts or omissions of the legislative body may not be prohibited. Irony is dead when the effort to stifle criticism of elected officials is being led by the councilman whose group is called Sons of the Founding Fathers. If the Founding Fathers hadn't expressed their displeasure for government through petition, protest, and even violence, the U.S. would likely not exist. Founding Fathers Alexander Hamilton, James Madison, and John Jay published the Federalist Papers under the pseudonym Publius. It's because of their anonymous efforts that our Constitution was ratified and became the law of the land. Even after achieving independence, our Founding Fathers were relentless critics of their own government. Mr. Duncan engages in behavior unbecoming an elected official, and rather than hold him accountable, his fellow council members appear to be helping him silence his critics. This is shameful and cowardly behavior and would have the Founding Fathers absolutely rolling in their graves. Mr. Duncan should resign. On another note, I would like to publicly and personally thank the firefighters and other personnel working on the Apple Fire for their hard work and expertise. You are appreciated.
Thank you. Okay, I have no other speakers and public comment. And Mrs. Crawford, you have none at hand, I take it?
We have 3 public comments submitted, but at this time, staff was not prepared to, or we were not planning on reading them into record unless you direct me to do so.
I do not. I think we will refrain from reading them from record so as to protect the writer. Is that appropriate, counsel?
That's a fine policy choice.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving to next is consent agenda. We have 10 items on the consent agenda. Does anybody want to pull any items for discussion? Hearing no comments or requests,
I'll move consent.
we have a motion to approve the consent agenda. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
I'll second.
And we have 2 seconds. Excellent. Jennifer, you take a roll call vote, please.
So I have a motion by Allen, second by Bogue, is what I heard, and the motion is Councilmember Riddell,
Aye.
Councilmember Bogue,
Aye.
Councilmember Duncan, Mayor Pro Tem Allen,
Aye.
Mayor Avila.
Yes. All right, moving on to mayor and council member business reports. Any council members have anything to report? Any news along the legislative or anything else? Hearing nothing? Okay, we'll go on to item number 11, which is department reports, I guess. The first item is alternate opportunities for public participation update. Ms. Crawford.
Thank you, Mayor. Due to COVID-19, cities have provided alternative opportunities for public comment. How public comment is received, disseminated, and posted varies in each city and continues to change to address issues that have arisen since this process has been in place. As in the case here in Yucaipa, on July 13th, an email from Gloria Garcia was submitted for public comment. Staff later learned that an email was not submitted by Gloria Garcia. It was submitted under a false name, fake account. The individual or individuals that submitted the false document then recorded staff reading the public comment into record. The following day, then attached social media clips and comments, including photos of Gloria Garcia, and posted it to a YouTube to promote their cause. Other false emails have been submitted to the city, council, and media regarding the same issue. These emails were forwarded to the police department. However, generating a false email is not considered a crime, and nothing at this point can be done. Public comments received in written form have been posted to the city's website, and concerns have been raised as to whether the email address and other personal information regarding commenters should be redacted when posting online. Staff has confirmed that communications directed to City Council are public records and are subject to disclosure pursuant to the California Public Records Act unless exempt from disclosure under applicable law. Staff will note on June 22nd, there was a staff decision that they did redact the information, but immediately following that meeting, and when we found this area and confirmed with our attorney that we were not required to redact, we stopped doing that. As we are all aware, when an individual comes to council meeting to present public comment, they are not required to state their name or where they live into record. However, they are standing before you to provide their public testimony. Unlike a written document received requesting some or all personal information to be redacted, no accountability is required with the information that you are receiving. Even the local newspaper requires first and last name and city for letters to be printed in the letters to the editor. There are opportunities that council can provide direction to staff in terms of if there is specific information like an email, and we can leave the name, but we are here tonight to get your direction on this item because other staff reports before you or staff agenda items like the lien list, the solid waste list that become before you. In the past, we have not redacted that information. We've redacted the signatures. So we are coming before you to seek direction on how you'd like to process these in the future. That's all I have at this time.
Very good. Thank you. Any questions of staff?
This is Riddell. I'll move staff's recommendation on this matter.
Any more comments or questions? Okay, the recommendation is to receive an update. Just receive an update, right? Do we have to make a vote on this?
Well, I'm seeking council direction, and in addition, you have public comment on this item.
I'd like to hear the public comment first.
Okay. Before we go to public comment, I want to ask Ms. Grace McCrae to step up to the microphone real fast to confirm that she is yielding her 3 minutes to Ms. Hune.
Yes, I am, sir.
Thank you very much. Okay, our speaker is going to be Ariana Hune. Ms. Hune, you have Ms. McCrae's 3 minutes for a total of 6.
Thank you. Following the events that happened on June 1st, I felt compelled as a resident of Yucaipa to speak out at a council meeting. The next day, should I start over? Okay. Following the events that happened on June 1st, I felt compelled as a resident of Yucaipa to speak out at a city council meeting. The next day, I began to receive threatening messages through Facebook Messenger. One individual questioned whether or not I owned or knew how to shoot a gun because they did. Another stated that they knew my place of employment and would be organizing a petition in an attempt to get me fired for having meddled in local politics. This same call for me to lose my job as a consequence of my political participation was also made by a prominent local business person who, ironically, litigiously defends their own First Amendment rights. This experience of being targeted and threatened for political participation induced anxiety and stress for myself and for my family, and I have taken measures to avoid future harassment by locking down my personal social media accounts. But I have also learned that harassment and defamation of character as a consequence for political participation is normalized in Yucaipa, and that the harassment I received was mild. Others have experienced threatening phone calls or had their home driven by repeatedly in an organized fashion by individuals set on intimidation. Their personal property has been damaged, their cars have been tailed, they have been doxxed, they have been slandered and accused of heinous crimes. What has been happening to those who speak out in Yucaipa is so vile and so pervasive that there's an ongoing FBI investigation into felony-level harassment. I share this information with you today as background as to why I am in opposition to the City Council's proposed policy to make it routine to publish the personal contact information of those who electronically submit public comments in lieu of showing up in person for City Council meetings, and to explain why I asked the city to redact my personal email address and that of other citizens who spoke out at the last regular City Council meeting after you abruptly modified established practice and published this information without our informed consent. While email addresses and other personal and private details that are inadvertently included with emailed public comments may or may not be subject to disclosure if a Public Records Act were to be submitted to the city, I suggest to you that the decision to preemptively release this information is reckless. Any public interest in the release of these details is grossly outweighed by citizens' rights to privacy and to personal safety, rights that we should not have to ask for or potentially compromise for the sake of political participation. If you pass the policy as proposed, you are creating the conditions for amplified harassment of Yucaipa citizens. This is negligent and insensitive, and it is especially distressing given that a sitting council member openly consorts with the organizers of a citizens' militia that vows to take care of their own in the face of perceived problems. Additionally, the proposed policy potentially creates an even deeper burden for Yucaipa PD, which has to dedicate its resources and personnel to responding to public concerns and police reporting of harassment and threats. I hasten to note that this is not a partisan issue, as individuals with both conservative and progressive positions in Yucaipa have expressed concerns over internet-based harassment. Further, I would like to point out that this proposed policy will not address the stated problem that instigated it, that of individuals allegedly submitting comments under false names. If anything, this policy will likely increase comments submitted under false names because individuals will feel encouraged to create one-time burner accounts solely for the purpose of communication with the city. This has the added effect of stifling dialogue and reducing transparency. If the city truly wants to eliminate opportunities for false representation in email communication, then the policy going forward should be to redact the email addresses and the names of those submitting their public comments via email. In fact, any personal identifying information that is not explicitly a part of the public comment should be redacted before public release. For example, signature lines can contain a bevy of private information about employment, contact information, social media handles, personal beliefs, and so forth, that individuals are not consenting to the public distribution of when they submit public comments. A policy of releasing the private email addresses of citizens will stifle rights to anonymous political participation, especially where there is no agenda statement that those submitting the public comments via email have a right to anonymity and the redaction of their email address. I draw your attention further to the fact that an individual submitting comments via email today or any other day going forward might not ask for their email address to be redacted, even if they are made aware of the right to do so, because their statement is non-controversial. However, in the future, if they have something more controversial to submit, their email address will already be available on the city's website, meaning that one's decision now can have a lasting impact for their political participation and safety in the future. Submitting an email for public comment cannot be misconstrued as informed consent for anything other than the sender's comment and their name to be made public. To release anything other than these comments is unethical and unnecessary, and if the city chooses the policy of automatic disclosure of anything other than public comment statements going forward, the city should be prepared to take full responsibility for the consequences that may result from citizens' private information being disseminated. I have taken on the personal risk of being here today despite pandemic conditions to ensure that my words are heard before a vote is taken on this measure. I would like to know, with a new policy to no longer read public comments into the record, if council members will be required to review emailed comments on agenda items before taking a vote on these items in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we heard comments. I'm sorry.
You should have one from Glory Garcia.
Yes, I am so sorry. Glory.
Let me not fog my email, sorry. Okay, sorry, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Avila and council members. I thank you in hearing my concerns and possible solutions regarding the item on the agenda. My name is Gloria Garcia, and I call Yucaipa the Bermuda Triangle of the lands and my home for over 25 years. As an active member of my community and hopefully positive admin to local online platforms, I am constantly suggesting for members of the community to contact the proper staffing or departments when there's questions and concerns posted. That is why when the city added the email feature to public comment during COVID, I thought that it was a great idea. Unfortunately, someone found a way to take advantage of the feature for their own entertainment and now creating questions of the validity of any of the emails read during this process, which is why I'm here in person to speak regarding this item. As at the city council meeting on 7/13, someone falsely impersonated me by creating a fake email address and sending city staff and an email to be read for public comment that was not written by me. They further took the audio from the city staff reading to create a YouTube video. I would like this comment to be removed or stricken from public record if possible. I have attached a copy of this request and fake email for your record. Using this incident as an example, I present a problem with the current process, but not before also presenting a solution. In researching other cities and agencies, many do not read the email during the council meeting, but they are given to the council members to read. This is a good solution. With our handy-dandy technology, I would add that the emails are verified prior to giving to our council. The agency that I felt had a good process is the Riverside Board of Supervisors. They currently require registering with the clerk of the board online and allow phone calls. No Google numbers or block numbers. I added a link for you guys. Allowing the truly concerned citizens to voice their questions, comments, and concerns about the happenings of our city is essential to letting council know what their constituents want. We have many brave citizens that share their faith, take the time to come and voice their opinions here. Whether we agree or disagree, we all have the same rights. I don't feel that because some keyboard warrior or warriors decided to make us review our process or question all emails previously sent, we should not allow the public to express their concerns. I do, however, feel that we need to protect the integrity of our citizens by verifying their input by reliable means before a letter or an email can be misinterpreted like the one that was done here using me as an example.
Thank you. Okay, I see no more comments on this item. Do we have any further discussion on this?
My original opinion was that we redact the email. First of all, it all has to be verified through staff, that it's actually, that there is an address and that there is an email. That's it. I mean, you don't have to verify and go look to see if they actually live there and so forth. But we would redact the email address. I was okay with that, but then as I didn't realize what had happened to one of our individuals here in our city, that she was taken advantage of, like she had said. And so with that, I would be okay with just us receiving a paper copy of all the comments and then it not being read, because this whole situation could become really ugly. So I'm okay with receiving the comments in a paper form, and I will read them and so forth. But I think we need to get away from reading them at this point until we figure out a better technique.
Councilmember Allen?
I agree with that. I think that having them in front of us to read and as early as possible is a good approach to doing this. In terms of the personal information that is included in emails, I personally think that we should take measures to redact that information and not make it public. We do not require that of people who come here in public. We don't require them to show an ID. We don't require them to state their name. They don't even have to give us their address. They could certainly give an alias, claim they're somebody other than who they are, and give a false email address as well. So I just think that Whether or not that information can be pulled is a different situation, but right now we're in the middle of a pandemic, and there are people legitimately that do not want to come out in public, but do want to have their voices heard. And I think that right now, I mean, we can revisit this, but I think that it would be fair to treat this the same way we treat face-to-face public comments. And anybody can have an alias. I mean, we can't control that. And I like the idea of not reading, especially given what happened, reading the emails that are sent. But we should do our best to try to keep personal information private for the members of the public. And perhaps we could even include, I don't know how you do it because people just submit, but maybe in our agendas we can state that this information could become public upon a request, and they might want to make sure that they've redacted it themselves. And I see that the emails we've received tonight, that people have already done that they've created an alternative email address, and they don't include any personal information at all. But there's a lot of people that are not technically savvy and really that they don't know how to do that, perhaps, and to put that on them during this time right now, which are very unusual times, where we're getting quite a few of these email comments. We didn't get these in the past. I mean, we want people to come and talk to us face to face. We encourage that. It brings that human factor, and which we're all missing right now. It's horrible that we have to be in this situation, but I'm for redacting the information and keeping private information private.
All right, I do have a couple questions, I need to confirm that if a public member wants to know who a particular writer is, we are obligated by law to provide that information under the Public Records Act. Is that true? Unless there's exemptions. And what are those exemptions?
So, Mr. Mayor, first of all, it depends on what's contained in the document. So it's only that information which is contained in the document that's submitted to the city. So there's not any obligation to check validity of the person who signed, email addresses, anything else. It's just producing the document. The default rule would be that the document would be disclosable. There are certain exceptions where there are, it's a balancing test where the interest in non-disclosure outweighs the public interest in disclosure. And that would be a unique circumstance that we'd need to look at on a case-by-case basis. That's the exception that could apply.
Would this qualify as an exemption in this case with, say, Ms. Yoon getting verbal threats? Would that be an example of an exemption?
I would need to do some more research and perhaps have some additional facts to understand whether that would fit into that narrow exception.
Are we just talking about redacting the email address? Is that all we're discussing, or what are we?
I think staff is seeking the direction. If you want only the email redacted, the name redacted, a phone number, I need direction from you on what within the document submitted you want redacted.
I'm just going to let you know what I personally believe there should be a name and what city they're from, and you can redact everything else.
But sometimes they don't include that, and my question is if, sometimes there's no way to even discern that, and we have two examples on our dais tonight that are good examples of how people can keep their...
Then it shouldn't become public record then.
Yeah, keep their own personal information private, but do we log, when we get a letter in the mail, do we log the mail address that was on that envelope when we forward that letter? If we were to receive a letter in the mail from an individual and we open that envelope, and we take the letter out, do we note the name and the address of the person that sent that on the letter, if it's not included on the letter itself?
So you're saying that the name and the address is actually on the envelope and not on the letter? Is that what I'm
Well, some
understanding?
people could submit us a letter that's anonymous, dear council member, and they don't sign the letter. But
I say without a name and without an address, I would say it's not public record. And I say we redact it as long as it's just the name and the address, or, and the city, excuse me.
But we can't require a name and an address on a letter to present it to council.
I think we're trying to find some consistency, because that's what you're saying, is that
Yeah.
we are inconsistent on how we track
And prior to June.
correspondence.
And prior to June 22nd, when we received a written correspondence, we would provide it to council, provide copies in the back, and keep it for the master file. We would not post it online. The posting of this information online came when we were directed by council when the Democratic Society wanted that resolution and that as a public comment. So once that went in, all public comment went in. We can change the practice. Like I said at the beginning of my presentation, every city is dealing with this at every meeting in terms of making adjustments, because obviously we don't want Mrs. Hune to deal with what she's dealing with, nor do we want the opposite spectrum of what Gloria Garcia went through. We're just trying to figure out if we're receiving public comment in written form, whether it be email or letter, maybe the option is we'll present it to council and we will not post it to the website. It's completely up to you on the
I agree.
direction.
I think we
I'm
should.
good with that.
And that's what we should do. But the public needs to understand that it is public record, and whatever you submit, your name, your address, or your email, any combination or elimination of any of those is subject to public review. And we will do our best. In my opinion, I think I support this, what you just said. And, but there's still ways to get around it. If someone makes a request, just a general request for the written comments on any particular item, we are obligated by law with exemptions that legal counsel has articulated. We have to provide. Simple as that. And we can just move forward. Yes.
But I still have the question about things that we receive in the U.S. mail. Because why would we keep the sending address? Why wouldn't we just eliminate that? I'm just wondering why we treat email different than S-mail. It's just a question.
That should be a staff policy decision on how you guys want to do that. I know that I keep the envelopes, and I just throw them in a manila folder for a while, maybe 6 months until it gets full, and then I dump it. But that's
is it part
just
of the
me.
public record? That's my question.
Well, typically, in the past, like I said, in the past, prior to COVID happening, like before you this evening, you have an item regarding liens, and they have a time frame of when they have to submit any type of public comment to you. Generally, we keep the envelope with the document to show that it met the deadline established. But once again, this is whatever direction you want to provide is what staff will follow. And I think what I'm hearing from you also is that we will no longer include public comment as an attachment to a staff report on any item, whether it be lien lists or solid waste fees, things like that. They will be disseminated to council under separate cover. Can we do that?
So I think that's fine for kind of a default policy. However, when you get into quasi-adjudicative matters where it's fair hearing, then folks need to have access to the comments on both sides to be able to kind of test the veracity of those. And that's certainly something that the council may also find important with respect to when it's exercising its administrative or legislative capacity, where it's not as strict a evidentiary type of rule. So I think that's something to think about. And the council might think about including in those circumstances, having the information included in the staff report, but still redacting emails and other personal information. Again, back to the mayor's earlier question, I think we can do that with respect to the staff report. However, if there's a Public Records Act request, we may have to produce that in an unredacted form.
I'm good. I agree with you.
Okay. So we need a motion?
No?
We should hear from Councilman Riddell if he has anything to add, and then perhaps we can just clarify the council direction.
Well, I do think we have a problem with anonymous letters being written by under false names and addresses, and letters from outside of Yucaipa. I think that a person should be required to identify themselves before the letter has any real substance or becomes a public record. So I'd like to just disregard all mail received from anonymous, or I'm a long-time resident, or all these kind of things. If they are unwilling to identify themselves, then I don't think that their comment should be included. So I agree with staff's recommendation. I think that's a good one, and I'll move it.
Mr. Mayor, perhaps I can just clarify a little bit. I don't think we have the ability to reject or not include in the public record comments that folks submit anonymously.
Whether they're
Depending-
citizens of Yucaipa or not.
I think that's just the way that it works. If someone submits it, it would be part of the record. I would suggest that depending on the context, the council can take that into account when it's judging the credibility of that or the weight of the quote-unquote evidence or testimony that's provided. Can certainly factor in the anonymous nature when balancing it, but I don't think we could just simply say it's not part of the record.
Well, I'll yield to what the law is. I have to abide by the law.
Yeah.
So
I think that the suggestion to present them to council but not have them read or not include them in the record takes care of the problem, right? They're not going to be part of the posted minutes or anything of that sort. That takes care of the problem. It covers us for what's legally in terms of if someone does do an information request. And I think that solves the problem, and I support that approach.
So if
that
I can
correct?
maybe summarize, for public comment or general items that are not a specific item on the agenda, they'll be submitted, they'll be distributed to the city council in written form, perhaps electronically, perhaps hard copy. They will not be read into the record, and they will no longer be posted on the website. With respect to specific agenda items where someone has submitted comments on a specific agenda item, then staff would continue to include those, but redact the personal information other than the name.
I think that's good. So for routine comments, for lack of a better phrase, we can just do the redaction of the actual, submit the letter, redact the information. But on sensitive issues such as this that are volatile, maybe we can employ that exemption, and in order to protect people who may suffer from repercussions, or anyway.
Or for all public comment submitted via email.
So I think if I'm understanding, there's a
Yeah.
slight nuance there, which is staff has the discretion to kind of rethink that on a particular agenda item if it's appropriate to do so, and we inform the council of
Agree,
that.
I'm good with that.
And I know this is a sidebar, a bit of a sidebar, but I was a little surprised to hear that an FBI investigation is being conducted. Is anybody aware of that? I think we would have been notified by law that unless we're like mafia or something, there should be some notification.
If you can, let's just ask if staff knows of anything to bring it back to the next meeting.
That's just interesting. I was surprised at that comment. All right. We had a motion on the floor to accept what was proposed.
We don't need a motion for this one, right?
We don't need a motion, just
No, we were just
direction?
given direction.
Okay, so,
The city clerk would like a motion on
okay,
that.
we have a
I would
motion.
motion to do what Dave just delineated.
Okay.
I'll second.
And we have first and a second. No further discussion. We'll do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Riddell,
Aye.
Councilmember Bogue,
Aye.
Councilmember Duncan, Mayor Pro Tem Allen,
Aye.
Mayor Avila.
Yes. Okay, we are now on item number,
Possible action on pending legislation.
possible action on pending legislation. Do we have anything in pending legislation?
I have nothing further this evening, Mr. Mayor, other
Okay.
than what we've been.
And now we'll come up to department reports. Number 12, purchase and sale agreement, Woodside. And that'll be presented by Mr. Preciado.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members, good evening. This item is for a purchase and sale agreement with Woodside Homes related to the Wilson 3 Basin project. Over the last several years, City Council has taken action on several items related to the Wilson 3 Basin project. I've mentioned before that this project is the largest and most significant regional flood control project the city has taken the lead on as far as the development and design and construction. And it is also a major component for reducing the risk of flooding in the city. Over the last several years, staff has had many discussions and meetings with the San Bernardino County Flood Control District regarding the property that they own that will be deemed surplus and not needed to construct the flood control facility. The memorandum of understanding, which was approved by the City Council in 2013, it identified that surplus property would be sold to a residential developer by the city, and the funds would be the flood control's contribution to the flood control project. The map before you identifies or shows the area for the flood control project in yellow. That includes the blue area that's identified for the basin or the lake area. It also includes the innovation center areas. This area here on the north is the area that's been identified for the future city yard. And there's also the innovation center area on the east side along Bryant Street. The residential development area is within the area designated or identified as Area 1 and Area 2, and it also includes this strip here, which is the location for the future park. The property that's identified by Area 2 is the current city yard location. With the relocation of that city yard from its existing location here to the east to this area labeled as Innovation Center. With the relocation of that, the yard, the area within Area 2 is made available to become part of the residential project or residential development. So the proposed purchase and sale agreement before you tonight is for the sale of that existing city yard property and also the area identified as Area 1. Again, that area is the surplus land that is not required for the flood control project. So staff in Woodside Homes have been working to finalize the terms of the purchase and sale agreement. Again, those terms will be or are based on the appraisals that were prepared by licensed real estate appraisers for those areas. Staff is also finalizing the terms of the land exchange agreement with the Flood Control District, and that agreement will be brought back before you at a future meeting for consideration by the City Council. The purchase price for both properties identified in the agreement is $8,093,575. If approved, the proposed payment structure identified in the agreement allows the city to receive about 67% of the funds within the first 6 months after the close of escrow. This structure allows the developer to build the 144 homes in 2 phases. The Planning Commission has reviewed and approved the residential development project as well as the site plan for the new city yard. And the Planning Commission has also reviewed and approved the architectural review for both of those projects. Both of the residential development and the new city yard location project, or the city yard project, are consistent with the Oakland Creek specific plan that was approved and adopted by the city council several years ago. This next exhibit is one you've seen before, and it identifies the various parcels that are part of the Oakland Creek specific plan. This is for council's reference, and with that, staff recommends that city council approve staff's recommendations as listed in the agenda report for this item, and staff is available for questions you may have.
Thank you, Fermin. Any questions or comments of staff? Dick Riddell, do you have any questions or comments?
My only question is, and Woodside is a California limited partnership, which nothing wrong with that, I guess, but have they built other tracks? Or is this their first one?
This is the first one here within the city. They are currently building another tract in I believe it's in Menifee area, but this is their first one here in Yucaipa, yes.
But they are building elsewhere?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Is the plan to do the, oh,
Go ahead.
is it the plan to do the basin and the home pads at the same time as?
Yes, the first phase of the flood control project, the basin, will be the grading and excavation. That material will be used for the pads for the residential development area.
Okay. So you can't do one without the other?
Correct.
Okay.
Councilmember Allen, do you have any questions or comments?
I'll move the item.
Okay.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Just real fast, how close are we at getting an agreement with Western Water and Yucaipa Valley Water District for contribution amounts? Are we getting close to that?
Well, we've been working with them for over the last year. We're working with the San Rafael Valley Municipal Water District on finalizing the agreement for their contribution to the project, which is about $1.8 million. And that is tentatively scheduled to come before you here and then soon.
Okay, very good. All right, we have a first and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Riddell,
Aye.
Councilmember Bogue,
Aye.
Councilmember Duncan, Mayor Pro Tem Allen,
Aye.
Mayor Avila.
Yes. All right, it passes 4-0. Moving on to the next one, number 13, Police Department Report for Recent Events. Captain Williams.
Since we have a couple of pieces of this, I've asked Lieutenant Landon to take the tail end of it about our training and policies. So I was asked to give you a update from the June 1st criminal investigations. So we have submitted 5 criminal cases to the district attorney. Thus far, the DA has turned down 1 case based on the victim being reluctant to testify. And they have filed charges in the possession of a weapon, possession of a handgun case. So we're still waiting on 3 of the misdemeanor battery charges to be reviewed to decide whether they're going to file or not. Do you want me to wait for questions there on each?
Was that on June 1st, or was that
This is on the June 1st.
That's just June 1st. Okay.
Yes.
Do we have any questions with respect to the June 1st incident? Councilmember Riddell, do you have any questions?
No.
All right, go ahead, Captain.
Okay, so addressing the events on Saturday, August 1st, I provided a timeline of the couple weeks leading up to that, where the size of the protest and counter-protest increased over time. So we ended up having to add quite a bit of staffing and go outside the Yucaipa Police Department to the Sheriff's Mobile Field Force, who provided us the bulk of the deputies that we used that day. Ultimately, we estimated the crowd size at approximately 80 protesters and about 200 counter-protesters, and we had about 60 deputies on scene at the height of the incident. The events began actually in Calamasa, where the protest group caravanned, some of them caravanned into Yucaipa and arrived about 5:30 p.m. They arrived in the area of the Stater Brothers on Yucaipa Boulevard and then drove in their caravan onto westbound Yucaipa Boulevard. In between 4th and 5th, they stopped their cars, blocking traffic, and then many of them got out of their cars and also blocked the eastbound lanes of traffic. At that point, I made the decision that it was unsafe for traffic to move through the boulevard, and I declared it an unlawful assembly. The sheriff's helicopter began circling the event there between 4th and 5th, making the announcement that it was an unlawful assembly, and we began forming our plan on how we were going to clear the street so we can get back to normal traffic. Ultimately, the escape route, what we call an escape route, the avenue out, was westbound on the boulevard. It took us a few minutes to set our containment lines and then start turning cars around to head out westbound. At about the same time that was occurring, we had a car drive south across Yucaipa Boulevard onto the sidewalk on the south side into the 76 station. One of our unmarked units tried to stop that because of the danger to the pedestrians, and there were ultimately 3 arrests made in that general area. As that was occurring, one of the deputies who was effecting the arrests believed that another member in the protest group might have had a handgun in the front part of their waistband and asked another deputy to attempt to detain that individual, who ran north back into Yucaipa Boulevard and the crowd of people. And I think we have a short clip. Is it? Okay. Go one forward. I got off my PowerPoint a little bit. So we included a couple pictures so we can let you know what we're going to talk about. The picture on the left with the deputy kneeling on the individual's back, we'll talk about that in a second, in the prone handcuffing position. The picture in the middle is a still from the video we're going to play of our deputy being assaulted in the crowd. In the upper right corner, the picture of those weapons, those were ultimately seized from the car that we chased across the boulevard into the 76 station. We believe that those weapons were going to be used to damage property in the city. And then the lower right corner is another female punching the deputy in the back as he's attempting to make this arrest. When the video starts, it'll play in normal time, and then there's a section that's it's slowed down. And you can actually see to the right of the deputy and the person he's trying to arrest, you can see the handgun falling to the ground. And luckily, one of our CAL FIRE prevention people was there to help us out and managed to step on it, because you'll see other people from the crowd are trying to grab the gun as well. Oh, I guess I have my prone handcuffing stuff first. Yeah, if you just go one forward. So this is the high-risk prone handcuffing throughout the state of California. We are trained to do this. It's for resistive subjects, people that we might feel are assaultive. And you can see it's kind of hard to tell here because the trainer is wearing black pants, but these photographs are from our training at our regional training academy. If you go one more. So this one's a little bit easier to see. We're not trained to kneel on anybody's neck. It is the knee to the upper back with the shin across the shoulder blade. And the purpose for that is to be able to trap that arm on that side to control the person, to keep them from rolling underneath you and then developing into a grappling situation. Go one more. And just one other view. So the original picture that you saw from our incident, it's very difficult sometimes. You need the perspective. It depends on how the photograph's taken, basically, is what I'm trying to say. That video of that arrest taking place exists, and the deputy's knee is on the individual's upper back for 7 seconds before he gets off of him. One more. Okay, and then I think this is where our video starts. Is it playing? So there's the gun dropping on the left side. I'm sorry, I may have said right. And then there's one of the females that's assaulting the deputy by punching him in the back of the head. And then you see the female on the right also punching him in the back before he draws his baton, and we're able to get people back. This photograph, or this video we included just to illustrate that the deputies were deployed on both sides of the street. We were not ignoring one side over the other. There were concern about safety from both sides of the street, and so we tried to keep those groups separated, and deputies were paying attention to both sides. Okay, questions
Now, are
about
the ones who hit the deputies from behind, have they been detained?
They
Is
have
that part
not.
of the?
They have not. Those 3 investigations are ongoing now into the 2 females that punched him and the gentleman who dropped the loaded handgun onto the street.
Okay. So,
Anything else?
No questions for right now.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I just wanted to take a few minutes to go over the 8 Can't Wait campaign. These are 8 policies which are felt that claim that will decrease police violence if adopted by police departments by 72%. And I just wanted to let you know that a majority of them are already under our policies. The ban chokeholds and strangleholds. The governor of California has already suspended any type of carotid restraints, which we teach in our academy now. But as of when the governor signed this, we don't train that anymore until post and it's reviewed by legislation. Required de-escalation in the academy, we train to de-escalate situations automatically. Require warning before shooting. Deputies are taught to identify themselves as police officers and give verbal commands to gain compliance. So we already do that as well. Exhaust all other means before shooting. A deputy may use lethal force to protect himself, herself, or others from what he or she believes an immediate threat to death or serious bodily injury. So we already have a policy regarding that as well. We have duty to intervene. So any deputy who observes another deputy doing any excessive force, they have a requirement to stop that person from continuing. They have that duty to intervene and stop it. Ban shooting at moving vehicles. Firearms should not be discharged from or at a moving vehicle except in exigent circumstances. An example we like to give is on December 2nd, our deputies did shoot at that moving vehicle because of the public safety, Again,
The December 2nd was the San Bernardino shooting?
yes, the terrorist
Yeah,
attack.
we want to make that clear.
Yes,
The
sir.
terrorist act.
so even if the vehicle is used as a weapon, you're not allowed to shoot
No,
it?
we can if death or serious bodily injury is going to be, or we perceive that. It doesn't say we shall not. It's just not encouraged.
Right, okay.
Right. Okay. Establish a use of force continuum. We used to have a use of force continuum, but now we consider it a low, moderate, and high risk. So we just change depending on the situation. And then required comprehensive reporting. We are required to report any use of force that is used to a supervisor. And it goes through the sergeant to the lieutenant and to the captain for approval before it's sent to our civil liabilities. So that covers all of those. So as you can see, our department already follows many of these policies. Is there any questions?
Is that also in post? Because 1995, all of that was, except for number 1, all of that was pretty much in place at my academy.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
The
That's a
post-training.
post. That's a California post requirement.
Yes, sir. Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Just really quick before, well, it's not really a question, it was a statement that, and I invite my other council members to perhaps participate. The Sheriff's Department does put on a simulation. I know that you guys have a simulator of multiple scenarios, of many different scenarios at your training facility. And if you really want to be stressed out and understand what the police go through, I would invite you to go. It's really a great training program. I failed every single scenario, but it's really gives you a great perspective on a police officer's situation.
Yes, we generally call it a shoot, don't shoot scenario, where you're presented with a video, trying to interact with a particular person, and then you have to react to their behavior and decide whether it's a deadly force situation or not. And it is very, very stressful.
Yes.
So I just thank you for bringing this back. I think it's important for the public to see what the position of the Sheriff's Department is on those requested items. And also when, I'm assuming that you will provide us with an update about where you're headed with your post-training in terms of item number 1 when you get that information from the governor's office or the legislature. I would assume you'll bring that back to us and provide us an update.
Yes, absolutely. There's a bill moving through, I believe it's on the assembly side, but I'm not positive. But there's a bill moving through that would legislatively end any of those carotid restraints, or the governor potentially could end it as well. But currently it is suspended for our department.
Okay. Thank you for bringing that back as an item that was requested.
Okay, we do have 2 comments on, this is item number 13, correct? 2 speakers would like to have us say. The first one is Becky Reyes.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for hearing my words. I was a member of the community on August 1st, and a little background, I did speak with Detective Aguirre the day before, letting him know that we were going to have some community members having a peaceful display in support of equality, racial equality, inclusivity, and the Black Lives Movement. We wanted to let Professor Detective Aguirre know in advance so that you guys could be prepared. We were in anticipation of a lot of resistance from the, let's just say, the Yucaipa Strong Group, or we could say the other side, whatever you want to call it, white supremacists, whatever you want to call it. We were afraid of that, so we wanted to let Detective Aguirre know. He was wonderful, very open, and we had a nice conversation. August 1st could have been a lot better, and it could have been a lot worse. I'm very disenchanted and disappointed with the Yucaipa Strong Group. They're scary. There was a lot of false media about some like 3,000 Antifas coming to town. I could count on both hands the number of African Americans in the event. We were either white or brown. There were very few Black folks attending the event at all. The fever, the fervor, the energy of the Yucaipa Strong Group and all of its supporters, and Bobby Duncan, I'm just gonna throw it out there, whoever he called in to create this frenzy, this a negative image of what was gonna happen, created a lot of stress for us. And we were blocked off on 5th Street by the Tea Party crossing the road, and then the cops blocked us in. So we were anticipating a peaceful caravan, if you will, of both cars and pedestrians on the sidewalk. And that didn't happen. And it created a lot of, it was horrible. It was scary. And like I said, I respect our men in blue. I thank you for being there. But it was an antagonized event that could have been a display of peace and equality, and it turned out to be helicopters and cost you guys, the police department, several thousands of dollars, $131,000, I guess, is the bill for that. So, it didn't have to be that way. So I'm a concerned community member that loves my city, and I love people, and I love civil rights and liberty. and I want our city to take that in advance. Racism is declared a public health crisis in the city, in the county of San Bernardino, and I don't know what we're doing about it here. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Our next speaker is A. Kelly.
Good afternoon, Albert Kelly. I've been a 40-year resident of Yucaipa. I taught in this community for over 40 years. I took over the adult school when no one else had it. I was on the general plan. I helped to create 2 open spaces, and I've been a volunteer at the VA for 20 years, and I've never seen any of you there. What I want to talk about is since June 1st, I was there with 3 Mexican-American kids who stood there for 2.5 hours and did nothing, and were called every racial epithet in the book, including me. My life was threatened multiple times. I had a bottle thrown at me with a liquid with fuel in it. I started bleeding. I called the sheriffs and told them there was a bloodbath. Nobody showed. So I told the kids I was going down to the sheriff's station and to tell them what went on. By that time, that's when the altercation occurred. Since that time, because I took pictures of all the characters, and it breaks my heart because I taught many of them. I taught many of them when the school district, the corrupt school district, tried to get rid of the ag program. Nobody cared. Nobody cared about these kids. And then what did they do? Bobby Duncan goes to the district attorney, and the district attorney tells him what he can't do. And every one of you had that letter, and you did nothing. You called groups, and you allowed Bobby Duncan to foment this. You set up Yucaipa strong. And for that, I filed an FBI complaint. You, Mr. Bowe, you, Mr. Avila, you, Mr. Duncan, belong in jail. You are nothing but common criminals. I have had to suffer many forms of federal hate crimes. They even burnt an American flag on my property with feces in it. They've destroyed my fence, and they've also, since you guys stole our Buddhist monastery, you've also had bottles broken there. So I am continuing with this. And I guarantee you're going to need more than Best and Krieger for the terrorism that you have created and being enabled by Bobby Duncan. Go to hell.
All right, that's it for our speakers on this subject matter. So, let's see, get back here to number 13. Do we have any more questions or comments from staff? Okay, this is just a receive and file. We'll go ahead and move on to number 14, COVID-19 and community response, or community services reorganization, and that will be Mrs. Wolf.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. On March 18th, 2020, the City of Yucaipa declared a local emergency regarding the COVID-19 virus and closed the Performing Arts Center until further notice, the Community Center, and the Shear Community Center. Staff continues to provide services to the community to the extent that they are allowed by the governor's orders. On August 5th, the state and county released a statement allowing youth sports and physical education to continue with restrictions. However, several programs and services within the Community Services Department can no longer take place at this time. And it doesn't look like those programs are going to be allowed to resume until stage 4 of the governor's reopening plan, which most likely will not take place till sometime in 2021. Due to these significant decreases in programming and operations at 2 facilities, 2 community services staff have been laid off, and those positions have been frozen. City staff is going to continue to follow the governor's orders and guidance as it relates to COVID-19. If additional programs and services are prohibited by the state and/or county, staff may need to lay off additional staffing. In addition, staff has reallocated 1 community services coordinator to administrative assistant and no longer has a community services manager position. The net savings associated with the above recommendations in the staff report is $154,529.
Staff is recommending that council approve the recommendations as listed in the staff report, and I can answer any questions that you may have at this time.
Thank you. Any questions of staff? Any comments? Mr. Riddell, do you have any questions or comments?
No, no questions, no comments.
All right. Councilmember Vogt? Councilmember Allen?
So move.
Second.
All right, we have a first and a second. Any further discussion?
You're done.
Yeah, your time was up. Take a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Riddell,
Aye.
Councilmember Bogue,
Aye.
Councilmember Duncan, Mayor Pro Tem Allen,
Aye.
Mayor Avila.
Yes. All right, passes 5-0 or 4-0. Okay, item number 15, the ratification of amendment number 1 to Executive Order 20-02. And I believe that'll be Mr. Matlock.
It will, but if I may, Ben, if I may make a quick statement, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Matlock, the rest of the council, if that's okay, leading into this item. And it's about public and employee safety. Wanted to, for the record, talk a little bit or make a statement about some of the steps that we have taken or continue to take, particularly given the increase in positive test cases and hospitalization here in the county recently. Seems to be leveling off, but over the last 3-4 weeks, we've seen increases in all of those areas. But following is a list of mitigation measures that have been put in place in order to kind of help keep the city employees safe and the public safe during this pandemic, and it's an ever evolving set of issues, as Megan mentioned in the last staff report. The city is requiring all employees and guests to wear a mask and maintain at least 6 feet social distance when in city facilities. In addition, City Hall is closed to the public and is available by appointment only. And that's a way to kind of monitor and limit the total number of folks in the lobby at one time. City Council chamber is also closed to the public at this time, but public is able to access the council and speak from the community meeting room, again, as a mitigation measure. And due to so much information being distributed regarding the virus and what to do, we've distributed a manual on coronavirus guidance for city employees. You can make that available to council if you like. And then finally, the following was added or installed to help protect employees from the spread of virus. Additional cleaning of the facilities during work hours by custodial staff. Signage added throughout city building reminding staff and guests to wash their hands and social distance, as you've seen. Social distance markers on the ground in the lobby. Plexiglass at each counter to create a barrier of protection between the customer and staff. Hand sanitizer bottles at each counter. We've installed hand sanitizing stations, touchless sinks, touchless soap dispensers, and as I said, the barriers as well. Just for the record, wanted to share with council the mitigation measures that have been established, and we look at these every week to see if there are other things that we should be doing in order to protect staff, but also protect the public, and thank you for that.
All righty.
And thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Before you is the ratification of 2 different executive orders. One is actually amendment to Executive Order 20-02, and then also ratification of 2003. That were approved by the Director of Disaster Services on July 30th, 2020. Right now, as part of the COVID kind of process, the progress on reducing numbers has not been linear, and so as kind of result, closures on certain types of businesses have occurred to help combat the spread of COVID. Right now, for a number of different business sectors, they're allowed to be open, but only outdoors and not necessarily indoors. Originally, executive order, and so 20-02 was signed and allowed for outdoor seating or the expansion of restaurants into outdoor areas to allow for ability to serve their patrons and kind of have that capacity that they otherwise wouldn't have. The amendment number 1 has been developed, which would allow the expansion also to areas within the public right-of-way. And this is really focused to help the uptown areas where they may not have on-site parking. So as part of the current closures for businesses, it was when the original executive order was created, it was a 50% reduction. And so there was sidewalk space and other locations that may be able to help. But in this case, with the absolute closure on indoor facilities. The amendment was developed to allow even more flexibility, especially for those businesses where they may not have sufficient parking or other open space areas outside. As part of that, just for council's reference, the Yucaipa Uptown Wine Merchant and Jitters had actually teamed up to do a closure of the alley adjacent to the YPAT to essentially tie their businesses together and have an outdoor temporary use permit for their facilities, and so that's taken off. And then I have been in communication with soup sellers about possibly along California Street. The complete roadway closure would require city council approval. But also been discussions as a small measure to do like a parklet, closing off maybe one of the street parking spaces and using that as additional outdoor seating for them. That way it's easy to accommodate. And then Executive Order 2000 or 20-03 is related to personal care businesses such as salons and barbershops. This is following Department of Consumer Affairs regulations that were developed for these different establishments after the statewide closure for those indoor operations. So when that indoor operation closure happened, their license actually didn't allow them to do outdoors. And so once that mechanism came into play, we updated essentially created a TEP application for those to facilitate it. And really kind of the purpose of these executive orders is that as the progress on COVID hasn't been linear and these closures have happened, is try to provide as flexible and as immediate of a response to help support these businesses kind of during these interim conditions. So while they can be open, but under certain limitations, allows that flexibility to help make sure that they can keep their doors open. And I'm happy to answer questions on those. And those are the two different executive orders, one being an amendment to an existing one.
Thank you. Any questions or comments of staff? Councilmember Allen.
I was in Redlands this past weekend, and they have done this close down of State Street on Friday and Saturday nights, and it is, I think, really benefiting the restaurants in that area, that stretch of the city, and seems to be working out very well for the restaurant owners. So I am fully supportive of this. Can we just go ahead and allow you, if it's your, if it comes up, to close California? Can we do that this evening as well, instead of having you bring it back?
I think council has the ability to add that as an action item this evening, if you so choose, if you get the concurrence of the rest of the council, I assume it's for Friday night and Saturday nights like Redlands.
Yeah, because it seems like it's working very, very well, and there's a coffee shop, and there's the sandwich shop, and I think there's a Chinese restaurant, and there's the candy store. So there's quite a few along California that may see a benefit or may come into request trying that out. And I would hate to have to delay that action. We, again, need to be very proactive in terms of supporting our businesses. So I would make that request that we go ahead and just authorize staff to do that if it's deemed appropriate and the business owners want to give it a try.
And that's one point I would like to make, if I may. We did check with all the business owners between Yucaipa and the back of Uptown Wine Merchant, make sure everybody was okay with that. I would suggest we may want to do the same thing on California Street.
That would be my request, is that you canvass the businesses, and not just one business wants it, but it's a concurrence.
Yeah.
And I would like to add that I agree. I think we closed down parts of Yucaipa Boulevard or parts of California Street for market nights, and we can do something similar to that. I mean, it's the same concept. I'd like to make sure that the people who need to get home from work, have that opportunity to do so, and then like market night, just 6 o'clock or 6:30, whatever time they close down the street, and then Friday and Saturday, there tends to be less traffic in that section. So I think that's a wonderful idea. I'm not so inclined to approve something like that for weekday, but the weekends I think it's an excellent suggestion. Councilmember Riddell, do you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, I do. I don't think it's a good idea to close down California Street on a regular basis. Maybe for certain occasions it might be all right, but I don't think it's a good idea to close it down on a regular basis because, well, for one thing, 2nd Street and 3rd Street are both closed down. So the traffic along California is much greater now than it is normally because of the closing of 2nd and 3rd Street. And I think it would only benefit 1 or 2 people. And I understand most of the businesses along there are opposed to it. So I'm not sure it's a good idea to close down California Street on a regular basis. Maybe on certain occasions for certain things like in Redlands, I don't think they close 6th Street on a regular basis. So I think I'm opposed to closing California Street on a regular basis. If they want to extend into the parking area, that might be all right. But I think through traffic should be allowed, and I think parking in front of the other businesses, unless they all say it's okay, I think the other businesses have to be considered as well. So I'm not sure it's a good idea.
Well, currently Redlands, during this COVID-only situation again that we're in, they are closing State Street from Orange about 2.5 blocks. I think it's 2 full blocks every Friday and Saturday night after the other businesses have already closed down. So again, this is just if those businesses decide to stay open and serve food at night as a way to support our businesses and help them to continue to try to get customers in so they don't go bankrupt during this COVID lockdown that we're all experiencing. Because they can do the outdoor dining and everybody's figuring out creative ways to do that.
Well, if you want to close California on, say, Friday and Saturday nights after the other businesses are closed, I have no objection to that.
Yeah, and that's what I was suggesting, that we give staff the discretion to do that.
To close it down permanently?
No, not permanently.
No, I don't. Okay.
Yeah.
I have no objection to Friday and Saturday night after the other businesses are closed.
Councilmember Bogue?
I agree.
Okay. So I think you'll go and poll the other businesses, make sure that they're in concurrence, and if we have a majority that like the idea, let's go ahead and use your discretionary powers to move forward, and then we can just come back and either ratify it or whatever we do to make it formal.
I think I understand. Thank you. And then you have the ratification itself, too.
So I'll move the ratification of the orders. Yes.
Okay, we have a first
Second.
and a second. And Ben, do you want to read the recommendation?
Add that additional
And
item
that
to that
additional
motion.
item.
Yeah.
We good?
Okay, as part of the move is to close California on Friday and Saturday nights after the other businesses are closed, right?
At staff discretion, not.
That's part of the motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do we need to read the recommendation into the record, or can we just, okay. All right, we have a first and a second. If there's no other discussion, will you take a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Riddell.
Aye.
Councilmember Bogue.
Aye.
Councilmember Duncan. Mayor Pro Tem Allen.
Aye.
Mayor Avila.
Yes. Okay, 4-0. Moving on. Item number 16, Five Winds Ranch Park, revised conceptual plan, and that will be Mr. Preciado.
Yes, thank you. This item is the revised conceptual plan for the Five Winds Ranch Park. As council is aware, the preparation of the concept plan for the Five Winds Park facility began back in 2016 when the City Council approved and also created the Five Winds Ranch Improvement Advisory Committee. The appointed committee members include members of various city commissions and committees, the Trails and Open Space, Planning Commission, Economic Development Committee, and also the Parks and Rec Commission. With the help of the city's consultant, Architera Design Group, the advisory committee provided input and also participated in the public outreach for the development of the concept plan for this facility. And it was through this outreach effort that the community was able to provide input for the conceptual plan for the park. That concept plan is on the screen before you tonight. And it was reviewed and approved by the City Council in June of 2018. In April of this year, staff did reach out to the advisory committee to update them on the progress of the project, and also to solicit some feedback on several of the proposed revisions to the concept plan. There were a total of 6 revisions that are included in the revised concept plan before you tonight. I'll just go through them briefly. The first one was the addition of the trees and also the landscaping that has been added to the facility as part of the annual Make a Difference Day events. The cabins or the cabinets have been relocated to allow for that unobstructed view to the north. Those cabins are located here on the north side. The group and equestrian camping area has been modified to allow for more open space by relocating some of the parking to the area east of the facility. The camp host location, it was closer to the entrance here, but it was moved further east, and that was due to that was done to avoid impacts to an environmentally sensitive area near the entrance. And then there's the final revision that was made was that there was a space for a potential ornamental vineyard area that was created along Oakland Road, and that was to integrate the agricultural theme that's being proposed by the Yucaipa Valley Wine Alliance's AVA petition. And you can see the location of that vineyard, ornamental vineyard along Oakland Road here. This is a rendering of where the proposed ornamental vineyard area would be. As you can see, it's between the existing restroom is over here off the screen, and that in the background is the existing Five Winds Ranch structures. Members of the advisory committee did provide positive feedback regarding the revisions, and their feedback was included in the revised concept plan before you tonight. That I do want to point out that the Trails and Open Space Committee did request to be involved during the final design of the project, specifically regarding the final alignment of the multi-use trails within the park boundary. And with the City Council's approval of this revised concept plan, the project can continue to be developed organically in smaller phases, perhaps through future Make a Difference Day projects or additional volunteer efforts that may arise in the future. And also with the revisions to the concept plan, staff believes that this project is a good candidate for grant funding to be able to fund the final design and the construction of this facility. So with that, staff is recommending that City Council review and approve the revised conceptual plan for the Five Winds Ranch project, and also provide directions to staff regarding the addition of the ornamental vineyard into the revised concept plan and the appropriate location for that ornamental vineyard within the site. And that concludes my report.
I have eaten.
Very good, thank you. Are there any questions or comments of staff? Councilmember Riddell, do you have any questions or comments?
Oh, I'm not. I'm kind of cool on the ornamental vineyard. It looks, but I'm okay with it if everybody else wants it. Haven't we planted trees there where the ornamental vineyards being proposed?
Yeah, those trees are actually between Ornamental Vineyard and Oakland Road, so they're closer to Oakland Road.
But we planted trees along there, haven't we?
Yes, we have.
Then, so are they going to be taken out for this vineyard?
No, the vineyard will be located to the north of the trees on the slope area.
Well, if the committee wants it, it's all right with me, but I'm not, I'm cool on it, but I'll go ahead or I'll go along with it.
All right, Councilmember Allen?
Yeah, I'm good with the design. I think that it renders quite a bit of variety in terms of events, and also, as you were saying, develop it as we find the dollars to do so. I like the ornamental vineyard. I think that it will add a nice, feature to that area. Staff will take care of it, or would we have volunteers take care of it? What's the plan to take care of the vines, or is there one?
At this time, there is no plan other than it would be, since it is an ornamental vineyard, it would be both a staff and volunteer effort.
We could adopt a vine. There you go. I did speak with one of the people that is on the Trails and Open Space Committee who expressed complete support for the plan as revised. So.
Councilmember Bogue?
It looks to me like the majority of it is just flat work. Is that true? I don't see much for structures or anything of that nature.
Yeah, there are some modifications to the existing structures and then some flat work to allow for a gathering area or possibly an event tent, but it is mostly flat work.
Mostly just flat work, landscaping. Okay. That's it.
All right. Is that an acre, about half acre for vineyards?
2 acres.
2 acres, okay. I'm friends with somebody who just installed a vineyard, and it's a lot of work. Just prepping it is a lot of work. And when you suggest make a difference day, we're going to need 300 people just to do the vineyards. If you want to do that in one day, and then the maintenance on that's going to be incredible too. I think we need to get a plan going on how we're going to do the maintenance. And it's going to have to be a couple, 3 make a difference days based on what I'm seeing these professionals do on just, half acre lot or half acre section of land. So I'm all in favor of it, but it's a big project.
Can I move then?
Yes.
So move.
Second.
All right, we have a first and a second. Are there any further discussion? Hearing none. Jennifer, take a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Riddell.
Aye.
Councilmember Bogue.
Aye.
Councilmember Duncan. Mayor Pro Tem Allen.
Aye.
Mayor Avila.
Yes. All right. At this time, I'm going to adjourn City Council meeting, and who is?
Looks like me. I will open up the Housing Authority. And the first item is meeting minutes of June 8th.
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
So we have a motion and a second. Jennifer, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Avila.
Yes.
Commissioner Duncan. Commissioner Riddell.
Aye.
Vice Chairperson Allen.
Aye.
Chairperson Bogue.
Aye.
Okay, then at this time, I'll reconvene the City Council. And we'll move on to subject number 17, exclusive negotiating agreement with Eagle Development. And that'll be headed up by?
Ms. Caroline Velarde.
There it is. Okay, thank you. Hi, Caroline.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members, Chairman and board members of the Yucaipa Housing Authority. For your consideration this evening is an exclusive negotiating agreement with Eagle Development. The subject of the site, a subject site of the ENA is approximately half an acre on the northeast corner of County Line Road and 5th Street. And as you can see on this screen is an aerial of the subject site. As you can see, it is across the street from the Villas Senior Housing Complex completed by Eagle last October. A little background on the subject property: the acquisition was approved by the City Council in February as part of the County Line Road Transportation Corridor Project, which includes infrastructure improvements such as road construction, new curb and gutter, sidewalks, as well as roundabout intersections, including the one you see there on 5th and County Line Road. With the successful completion and occupancy of the villas across the street, Eagle is interested in the subject site for a small multi-family project of 6 senior age-restricted affordable units that would essentially serve as an expansion of the villas project. The project will consist of a single 2-story structure, similar in architecture to the villa's design. The subject site is zoned multiple residential, which permits multifamily development at a maximum density of 8 dwelling units per acre, and is eligible for a 100% bonus density because the project is age restricted to seniors. So before you on the screen is the proposed site plan provided by Eagle Development. The ENA before you this evening allows Eagle the time to prepare a development concept, complete their due diligence studies, and allows both the city and Eagle the time to negotiate the terms of development prior to entering into a full disposition and development agreement, also known as a DDA. Terms of this ENA include, but are not limited to, a negotiation period of 6 months with the option to extend for a 3-month period, the developer's commitment to develop the project on the site, and the developer's submittal of a financing plan for the construction and operation of the project. A DDA, if approved, would include price and terms of payment for the land, development obligations, an approved development plan, and a provision on the pro rata share of the water reimbursement amount due to the city under the reimbursement agreement approved by the City Council at the January 12, 2020 meeting. Once a DDA is negotiated, staff will return to Council for approval. Regarding the Surplus Land Act, staff is making the determination that the Senior Affordable Housing Project constitutes an agency use and therefore would not be subject to the notification requirements. Disposing of the property to assist the city in meeting its obligations to provide quality affordable housing is aligned with state policies related to the current housing crisis. In addition to asserting the project is an agency use, to further establish consistency with the law, staff recommends that as part of the sale of the property, the city make the finding that the sale will assist in the creation of an economic opportunity. Procedurally, the city can sell the property to create an economic opportunity by adopting a resolution after a noticed public hearing and preparing a report which will include an explanation of why the sale will assist in that creation of an economic opportunity. This requisite resolution and report detailing the economic opportunity will have been completed once the DDA for the Eagle project has been prepared and is ready for Council's consideration. There is no fiscal impact to the general fund as a result of this agenda item. In conclusion, staff recommends that the Council and Housing Authority Board approve the ENA with Eagle Development and authorize the City Manager and Executive Director to execute all related documents and make any necessary non-substantive changes. This concludes my report, and I welcome any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Councilmember Riddell.
No questions. I'll move the item.
Councilmember Allen. Councilmember Bogue. All right, there are no questions. I have a motion to approve.
Is this a public hearing?
Oh, is it?
No,
No,
it's not.
it's-
Okay,
no.
just the way the agenda is, I was just wondering. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. We have, because this is a joint housing.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I'll move the city council portion.
I think Dick had already.
You need a
Oh, I'll second the city council portion.
Okay, I have a first and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Jennifer, take a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Riddell.
Aye.
Councilmember Bogue.
Aye.
Councilmember Duncan. Mayor Pro Tem Allen.
Aye.
Mayor Avila.
Yes.
So do we have a motion on behalf of the Housing Authority?
So
Or-
moved.
I'll second.
Question. We have a first and a second. Jennifer, can you take the roll?
Commissioner Riddell.
Aye.
Commissioner Avila.
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan. Vice Chairperson Allen.
Aye.
Chairperson Bogue.
Aye. So I will now close the Housing Authority at this point.
Okay. Moving on, there's public hearings. First one is State Vehicle Miles Travel Threshold Adoption, Senate Bill 743. And I believe Mr. Matlock will give the presentation.
Thank you all, my mayor and city council members. 2013 SB 743 was signed into law, changing how transportation impacts were to be assessed. As a consequence of that law, under the California Environmental Quality Act, traffic impacts are now related to the vehicle miles traveled, or VMT, of a project. To support the required implementation, the city participated in a regional effort and hired traffic consultant Fear and Peers to help with the implementation process to comply with SB 743. On June 22nd, 2020, Fear and Peers provided a study session regarding VMT and outlining those provisions for City Council. And then our consultant is here via phone, Jason Pack with Fear and Peers, to provide a presentation on this public hearing related to the adoption of the city's thresholds for VMT to implement SB 743.
All right, thank you, Ben. This is Jason again. I'm a principal with the firm Fear and Peers Associates, working locally out of our Riverside office, and I assume our presentation is up on the screen and it can be viewed.
That is correct.
All right, so let's go ahead and go to slide 2. So just wanted to start this presentation off with a little bit of a recap of what we had talked about last time. So Senate Bill 743, or the switch over to VMT, is really a requirement that the state has passed upon us. And it's really to ensure that when it comes to CEQA or environmental impacts under CEQA, that jurisdictions are appropriately balancing the need of congestion management with other statewide goals. And those statewide goals specifically listed in the legislation deal with infill development, promoting public health through active transportation, and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Last time we also talked about weather level service, which is how we currently or used to evaluate environmental impacts under CEQA, which essentially is a measurement of our ability or freedom to drive or maneuver a vehicle with little congestion. If we go to the next slide. And one of the things that we talked about was that the city of Yucaipa does have a general plan policy specifically related to level of service, so jurisdiction, or so that development will still have to look at level of service as they come before you. It just no longer will be a CEQA impact. It'll now be tied to general plan consistency. So if we go to the next slide, I'm on slide 4 specifically. What the city does to comply with 743. The first one is why we're here tonight, which is ask council to adopt a threshold of significance that can be applied under CEQA for new development projects. Ben had already talked about that City of Yucaipa did participate in an SPCTA regional study to help look at options that were available to the city to choose. And then we've been working with the city through that process. When it does come to VMT under CEQA, any project that's triggering CEQA, they will need to calculate VMT, compare it to the adopted threshold, document the impact, and if there is any mitigation, they will have to mitigate that. Next slide, slide 5. One of the things that we had worked as part of the SPCTA study and worked with city staff on is a way to try and screen a lot of development projects from having to do VMT assessment. And a lot of this is actually specified at the statewide level through statewide guidance. But local serving retail use with buildings less than 50,000 square feet, local serving projects such as local public schools, daycare centers, public institutions, parks. Those are all things that would reduce the distance people travel and therefore would be exempt. Affordable housing would be exempt, and that's specifically called out by the state. Development, what's called a transit priority area, or areas around major transit centers or high quality transit corridors with good levels of transit service would also be screened out. Please note we do not have any of these in Yucaipa right now. And then finally, development in what we call low VMT generating areas would potentially be screened out. If you go to the next slide, I'm on slide 6 now. This is a screen capture of a VMT screening tool that SBCTA developed as part of their implementation study. So this is to help future development. As they come in, they can take a look and determine if their project has potential to be screened from VMT assessment. And in this particular case, all those areas highlighted in blue would have potential for screening, as these are more efficient areas of the city when it comes to VMT per person than the non-shaded areas of the city. So kind of coming down to where we're at on the next slide, I'm on slide 7. We have been working with city staff to try and identify a threshold that's most appropriate for the city of Yucaipa. What came out of that process is a recommendation that when VMT is evaluated and we're looking at it as a potential significant impact, that we set a threshold that all new development would try to be at least as good or at least as efficient as the county average when it comes to VMT per person or per service population. So the better way to think about that is any new development would need to be at least as efficient as existing development throughout the county as a whole. Existing is typically set when the EIR notice of preparation is identified, or if you're not doing an EIR, when technical studies are initiated. And then finally, just a note for projects in Yucaipa, our hope is that using this county threshold along with the identified screening criteria will help facilitate land use growth. And one thing I did want to specifically mention on this is Yucaipa is a housing rich, maybe not as rich when it comes to jobs right now in the city. So developments that are jobs rich should also benefit from use of this VMT metric, as those should intercept trips that are otherwise going elsewhere throughout the region. So next slide, slide 8. What our requested action is that council approve the resolution before you to adopt vehicle miles level service threshold that I just talked about for analysis of traffic impacts under CEQA. And then we are also requesting that council authorize the city engineer to monitor how this is implemented statewide. And there's a set of TIA guidelines that go through methodology and a variety of information on that front. And request that the city engineer be directed to update those TIA guidelines to make sure that they're consistent with this evolving state of the practice. And with that, our final slide, we'll answer any potential questions that you may have.
All right, any questions of Jason?
What were the exemptions again? Do you have that slide again?
It's kind of a few different kind of projects. One is kind of smaller scale projects, local serving retail uses, other kind of local serving projects as well, including schools and other public institutions, affordable housing, and then areas that are either within kind of high quality transit, so transit priority areas, or in a low VMT generating area. And then our TIA guidelines would include a more kind of exhaustive list of those screened out projects.
And that low VMT area, that was determined by that map, or help me out here?
From the map shows what that is. So it's taking in terms of the transit area zone that's developed through SBCTA shows kind of what the general VMT is of that area, and so it maps that out. And Jason can go a little bit more into detail on that map.
No, that is a good summary. It comes directly from our local regional model and includes the best data available, and quite frankly, it's the best tool we have available right now to estimate VMT within any of the jurisdictions in San Bernardino County.
Okay. Mr. Riddell, do you have any questions?
No questions. It looks to me like I'll go along with it. So the EIRs for all the various projects can't be challenged.
Mm-hmm. Councilmember Allen? Yeah, my question was similar to Mr. Bogue's. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure this is the right answer, but this is what we have to do, huh? Do we have any public comments on this?
No, sir.
Okay. No applicant rebuttal. Go ahead and close the public hearing and open it for council discussion.
I'll move the item.
Okay, we have a motion to move and approve.
So in theory, this is basically just tacking on more information that will be required in any EIR at this point, and perhaps trigger an EIR for almost everything at this point. Is that how I understand?
If I may, a couple of things. Number one, the second recommendation here is not in your staff report. Our suggestion is that if we do see any TIA guideline changes come from the state, we would come back to council for that. And we're obligated to bring you the TIA guidelines following this approval tonight, if it's approved. But number two, yeah, that's kind of, from a practical perspective, what we're seeing out of the gate is some of the infrastructure projects that we could have done a mitigated neg deck for previously. Now an EIR is typically required. We found that with the Wildwood interchange and Caltrans position on that. But I do think that there's an opportunity, and Jason mentioned it in his part of the report. There's an opportunity for us as a primarily bedroom community, and that's what he was really saying, as job-rich projects move forward, commercial projects, retail projects, office projects, although given the current situation, probably won't see too many of those. But those kinds of projects, we can make a case that our community, our residents are going to be, to a certain extent, working at those locations, and therefore offset the VMT impact associated with those kinds of developments, because there are people in the community that will be driving to that site or some other alternative transportation, rather than driving to San Bernardino or Fontana or Rancho Cucamonga. So we'll be making those cases along the way, but what we're seeing out of the gate, at least with our infrastructure, our larger infrastructure projects, and Wildwood was an example, Caltrans is requiring an EIR of that project, and it previously would have been a mitigated neg deck, I think. So.
Well, quick, I don't mean to draw this out, but perhaps you have 100,000 square foot, some sort of development. A mitigated neg deck would cost, do you have any idea? In a range?
Ben would probably know more than I would, but probably in the neighborhood of half, even maybe a little less than half of the EIR.
I've seen EIRs cost, multi-million dollars. And so
For very large
we're
projects.
perhaps tacking on millions of dollars to every project with this study and this EIR. I don't know. You tell me. I'm not an expert here. So.
Well, I think the most expensive EIR we've seen here in Yucaipa, and you're right, there are EIRs I've seen in other communities that well over $1 million, but for a project, I think the freeway corridor specific plan was what, $600,000 or $700,000, if I remember right, for that EIR and specific plan, and mitigate neg deck would be less than half of that, I think.
Okay.
Well, we're required by the state to adopt this at this point, right? So
yeah, we're actually a little tardy, not real tardy, but a little tardy. It's there's no choice. You're right.
Well, here's my reluctant second then.
A reluctant motion.
Yeah. So we have a motion. Do we get a second? Greg. All righty. If there's no further
Reluctance.
Your reluctance.
Is that okay?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll make a note right here. Hearing no further discussion, we'll go ahead with the roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Riddell,
Aye.
Councilmember Bogue,
Aye.
Councilmember Duncan, Mayor Pro Tem Allen,
Aye.
Mayor Avila.
Yes. Okay. Next public hearing will be for the establishment of liens for the collection of unpaid civil fines. We'll open up the public hearing for this. And that'll be presented by Mr. Matlock again.
All right, thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Collection of outstanding fines levied on properties due to code enforcement actions and where those fines have not been paid is the subject of tonight's meeting. And the list has been collected for council's review, or the list of those outstanding fines for different code enforcement sites is collected, and then it, once approved, is forwarded to the county to be a lien recorded on that subject property for those outstanding fee amounts. As part of the policy adopted by the City Council in April 2019, the total amount listed in the lien itself is the admin cost for the code case rather than the totality of those fines amounts that were originally assessed by the Code Enforcement Division. Should be noted that kind of the fines themselves are strictly added in standard increments, with the first fine after the notice of violation of $100, then $200, and then subsequently in $500 amounts, and is assessed at those kind of time limits. So as compliance is not achieved, the code enforcement officer will then continue to cite that property. And then if there is efforts to make compliance, they will pause those fines and then resume them if the property owner falters on their efforts to abate that code enforcement violation. However, the admin costs themselves are varied instead by the scope of the case and efforts to inspect the property or other related efforts that are needed to achieve compliance. So as part of the admin costs, it's the actual time that's spent by the code enforcement officer to work with the property owner and try to get compliance with the development code provisions that are being violated. As part of the lien list, so as part of that policy, just want to quickly note that for City Council's reference is the fines that were assessed during that fiscal year, and then is the admin cost. So they have a comparison of what the overall fine would have been, and then with the policy, what is actually being assessed on the lien itself. And so a few letters were received prior to the meeting, and a copy of those comments have been provided to City Council members, as well as some photos showing the site conditions that warranted the code enforcement investigation. And then as the policy as it is related to the admin costs, the total fine amount on the applicable pending lien has already been reduced. So in pretty much every single case, what the total fines would be if you added them up is substantially higher than what the admin cost is for that. So each one would then receive a discount in effect of what would have otherwise been assessed prior to that policy. I do want to note just quickly, as part of the list that was provided to City Council, 2 properties since that notice have paid their total lien amounts, or what would have been the lien amounts, and that's specifically 12356 14th Street, listed on page 401. And then 35283 Date Street, which is listed on page 399. So those would not then receive a lien since they have cleared that particular fine amount. And with that, that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer questions and then go from there.
All right, any questions of staff? Councilmember Riddell, do you have questions of staff on this?
Not yet.
Okay, very good. This will be the time for public comment. Before we start, Mrs. Wolf, I have a speaker slip from Grace McCrae, who is yielding her time to Ariana Hune. And I wonder if this is just a mistake or.
It was earlier.
Yeah, it was earlier. I just want to make sure that it doesn't apply. Okay, I'll just go ahead and set that aside. Again, every speaker has 3 minutes. I didn't see anybody who asked to yield their time to anybody else, so you'll have your 3 minutes to speak. The first out of the gate will be, since we have a lot of speakers, I'm gonna name 3 people at a time, and just be prepared to come up when the speaker before you is finished.
David, could we also find out, or did they list their properties on there so that Ben could tell us where these are located on our list of 70 plus properties? Because I'm sure that they're here to speak about their particular fines.
They could either say that I could announce what they have written down here, but it may not be
Will that
consistent
help
with
you?
their-
So I will try to do my best. The ones that had submitted letters ahead of time, I have identified which page numbers they're listed in the staff report, but the ones that did not notify us
You'll
prior
have
the
to
meeting,
look for 'em.
I need to
Okay.
quickly hunt
I'll
them
ask
down.
them to identify the property.
Okay, well, we'll look
In
fast.
question.
The address.
Okay. So the first three is going to be Albert Gomez, Casey Berge, and Alex Musino. Mr. Gomez, if you can state your name and the address, the specific address of the property in question. And you have 3 minutes.
Yes. Good evening, sir. My name is Albert Gomez. The property is located in Yucaipa on 16th Street, 12275, and this is in reference to a recorded lien.
If you give Mr. Matlock a second here to identify the,
It's listed on page 403.
Oh, that's fast.
Right here.
okay. Do you want to describe what the liens are? Is that your preference, council member?
I would like Ben to, or he can speak, and then we could have Ben address.
Okay,
That
very
would be
good.
my preference, yes.
Okay, Mr. Gomez, go ahead.
The liens are recorded from the 18th and 19th of the year, and the recorded liens are for different amounts. And in this time, I have in my hands, I have the proper documents that were signed by the lien holders. The lien holders are the code enforcement and the building department. The building department approved. I have signed records that they were signed off by the building department. The code enforcement continued for a whole year, fining to the tune of $8,000 to this date. They did not stop the cost of the liens. The building department gave me a clean bill of health because the fact that I didn't restore it to the time that the lien officer dedicated to me, he gave me a time frame. The building department gave me all the permits, and he stated clearly that I complied with the building codes, and he gave me a written clean bill of health I was allowed to rent the apartment. It's a Piplex. The fact is that $8,000 that the code enforcement wants for that particular apartment, it's an injustice because she kept on, or he kept on, using the lien power to put liens to the fact that I mentioned to you $8,000. And at that time, the building department, which I have the senior building inspector, which was Michael Moore, he had all written out and given me the okay to go ahead and continue to rent the place. Okay? Now, keep it in mind that I did not have time, or I was not allowed to enter, the owner was not allowed to enter the property because I had a mental disturbed individual. The code enforcement asked me kindly not to enter the property, even though I was an owner. The only document that I don't have, I have to notarize it, is where the inspector said to me, why don't you get a contractor to go inside? This person that was mentally disturbed did not allow the contractor that I hired to enter the place.
Okay, I understand.
What
Your ti-
address again
Your
is
time
this?
is up.
It's
Mayor?
1227 16th Street. I believe it's at the top of that page, which is page 403. Is that correct, Ben?
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
So what, I'd like to hear from Ben now.
Okay.
So the court case involved unpermitted construction and rat infestation that occurred. The work has since been completed and the case has been closed by code enforcement. However, this is in regards to outstanding fines that still remain on that from that code case.
And so the total staff time for this particular incident is $735. Is that what we're looking at tonight?
That is correct.
And that's actual cost, and that's what we're saying needs to be paid or liened?
That would be what needs to be paid or would be the amount subject to the lien.
Could you repeat the amount again?
It's not $8,000 then at this point.
No, it's $735.
Okay.
Okay, so it's not $8,000. You understand that, Mr. Gomez? It's $735.
Yeah, I understand it, but the document that he sent me, $8,000. Right
Yeah,
here.
but we're telling you right now that it's $735, and I would be in favor of keeping that as is.
Yeah. We're not going to charge you the $8,000. Okay, the $735. You good with that?
Do you think so? Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
Is there a time limit on it?
Well, when would he have to pay that so that we don't have to put it put it on the lien, like by the end of the week, or when?
How soon can you pay that?
As much time that you allow me.
A week?
A week or 30 days.
What's the normal, Ray? When do we have to?
30 days?
Submit
30 days.
these?
If it's just a check, I think a week or maybe 2 weeks. Usually you give them 30 days to do some minor improvements.
Yeah. If,
A check, I would think a week or.
A week.
Whatever you think is.
yeah, we'll do a week. You're good with it?
But the work is finished. It's all complete.
Yeah.
Everything's
Code
good.
case has been
Just for clarification.
Okay, so it's going to be $735.
Due by next Monday.
Just for clarification, he has until Monday, next Monday, to come in and pay $735.
Yes, he's got till Monday. Okay, next is Casey Berge.
Yes, I agree.
All right, thank you very much. Casey Berge. Please correct me if I misspell or mispronounce
No,
your
you're
name, and if you
perfectly
can give me
fine.
the address of the subject property.
Okay. Hi there, my name is Casey Berge. This is regarding the property at 12826 13th Street in Yucaipa.
Okay, let's,
So this is on page 382 and 401 of the list for the code cases.
okay,
Did you say 382?
go ahead, Ms.
Yes,
Berge.
There's two on this for this property, page 382 and page 401, so this property's listed twice in our,
Yeah, one is for
Probably. This
last
is-
fiscal year, one is for this most recent fiscal year.
okay, thank you.
Yes, I only had the citation number for this last year, but this goes back, I believe, to 2017. My mother is Mary Cuthrell, the former owner and operator of Donmar Farms and Kennels since 1982. Over the last 5 years, she has continued to diminish in mental and physical health. She was unable to care for herself, and in May of 2019, my family was forced to step in and move her off of the property for her health and welfare. My mother has been diagnosed with Alzheimer's and dementia, and her current physician stated that considering her current mental capacity, she has been dealing with this for 5 to 6 years. My mother was unable to care for herself and moved into my home this December of 2019 at the onset of the COVID situation. And my family and I decided together to move her to Roanoke, Virginia, where she is currently being cared for by my sister, who is an elder care provider with the state of Virginia. As her daughter and POA, I have been working to clean up the property and prepare it for sale to provide for my mother's financial needs, which I have been doing since March of this year. Upon hiring a realtor, we discovered the lien on the property, and I contacted Pamela Swantek and code enforcement about the citation on the property. Mary had been cited for a failed septic system, and after much research and help from Officer Swantek, I discovered that she hired 2 separate plumbers to handle the situation.
Mary was overwhelmed with the situation and unable to fix the problem and hid the citations and did not inform her employees or family as to the work that needed to be addressed. I have since discovered many similar situations to this and have been paying off her bills for the last 6 months. Because the citation wasn't handled and the permit was allowed to lapse, there's been $500 fines monthly added to this, resulting in a lien on the property and a large fine. Had I been aware of her mental state, I would have handled her business much sooner. I would have stepped in at that time. I have finished clearing the property. I'm currently maintaining the property and pursuing the repairs and replacement of the septic system to get it to code. And that is estimated between $8,000 and $17,000. I have quotes for the work to repair the issue, scheduled septic inspections on the property, and I'm actively trying to remedy this situation. I would like to request that the fines and fees be lowered to cover administrative costs and deferred to the city as to the number. I do not wish the citizens of Yucaipa to bear any financial burden due to the cost of this, yet I would ask to have the fines and penalties reduced to the city's costs so as to have the means to provide for my mother's care. The sale of her business is her only retirement. I would also ask that no new penalties incur while I'm trying to resolve this matter. I appreciate your time and consideration.
Okay. Yeah.
Did you turn one off? Wait, try it again. Is it, okay, it's working now. I'm good with reducing it to the staff costs, the $627.67 and the $1,843.90. I don't have any problem with that. I guess, does she want to pay that like the same, or what is it?
Oh, we should treat
Right
them all.
now, my mom is living with my sister, and she gets $1,900 a month Social Security to pay for everything. And right now, her mortgage on this property is $1,600 a month that my family is taking care of. So I will have a problem paying. I don't know what the total staff rate is, but I will have a problem paying that within a week. I will need more time to get the work done. Like I said, the quotes I'm getting are about $10,000. And I'm going to have to pay that to get the lien off to sell the property to pay back the work on the property. So if I could have a little extra time to pay whatever staff fines, that would be
So is the work
helpful.
I'm confused. I thought the work was complete.
Where are we at, Ben, with this particular one? And so we're moving on to staff clarification on this?
So right now, they are still working on meeting compliance. So she mentioned that she's working with contractors and getting bids to get the work completed for the septic tank.
So I think the total is what, 2471.57? Did I add it up right?
I would assume so, but I can always double check before.
Yes, okay, it's 2471.57. How does the rest of the council want to handle this? Do you want to do 4 payment? What do you want to do? What's the council want to do?
How much time do you need to finish your project, to finish up?
The gentleman with the plumber submitted to the city, he actually sent paperwork over today. He doesn't give me a time. It will depend on whether or not the building department okays what he's tried to do. We're trying to do bare minimum to get the property sold, to get it up to compliance. So it really just depends on how quickly the city will approve what we've submitted today. I'm hoping within the next couple of weeks to get it up to code, then we'll have to get it signed off.
So you can get everything done
I would say within a month.
within 30 days?
Yes.
So let's give them 30 days to finish your project.
And then are you going to sell the property? Is that your intention?
Yes, we have it currently listed on the market and are showing it. There's not a lot of takers at this time because of the lien. But yeah, that's the plan.
Okay, we give you 30 days to finish the project.
Okay.
If no one objects to that. And then you said you can pay the fine within 7 days?
I said paying the fine within 7 days would be a difficulty for me. My mom has about $2,000 total in her bank account. That is for all of her care. So I would appreciate as much time as possible to get that paid.
Do you want to give her the 30 days to make that happen then?
Well, or, I have a question though, Ray. There's an
Yes.
I'm going to ask my city manager a question. If there's a lien, that's prior, is that correct? And how much is that as well?
Well, I think that's part of the 24. It's
that's-
the $600 and some change from the previous year, right?
No, there may be prior liens from
okay.
from actions when this had occurred in the past. I don't have the exact number that would be on those lien amounts without doing.
So this is a new one that we haven't yet put on there, so she's going to have, the other lien is going to have to be settled on the sale as well. So I'm good with 30 days even. What do you think, Greg?
30 days to get the completed and then 30 days to pay?
Yeah, well,
Well, the goal is really to get the home sold and
correct.
And clear the lien that was already on there would be ideal for me today.
Yeah, we can't do that.
No, that'll have to be paid once you close escrow, right?
Yeah, because that's historical, and we're only looking tonight at what we have in front of us.
The 600, right?
It's $2,471.57. Because there's two pages. There's one on 401 and one from last year on page 382.
Yes, the people at Code Enforcement told me we could discuss all of it tonight, but apparently that wasn't accurate.
This is a tough one.
Yes, I inherited a bit of a mess, so I hear you. I appreciate anything that you can do.
If we put the fines on contingent upon sale of the property, then it's just a lien, right?
That's just what we're doing anyway.
Yeah, we're doing that anyway.
Yeah, it really shouldn't. It shouldn't impair you from selling the home. What's going to impair you from selling the home is that it's not up to code.
So you really have.
You have to get it up to code to be able to sell it, and then the fine gets paid. That's.
So you have three issues. You have the pre-existing lien, which I guess goes back to 2017. That amount, Ben found it, that amount is $14,400. The only way to alleviate that lien is to pay that amount. And then you've got the outstanding fines that are before you this evening for this year and last year. So that adds up to the $2,400 that Councilmember Allen referenced.
2,400?
For this year and last year. But there's a lien predating that in the amount of $14,400.
And that's 14,000, and that's staff?
400.
14,400.
And of that, that's my question, of that, what, do we have any clue what percent of that is staff
time?
Well,
Know that.
No, we're talking to our staff right now.
if you recall, at that point in time, we more than likely had a discounted percentage, but not guaranteed. If there was nobody that spoke on that item, then it may have gone forward with the full amount, and we can check that.
And yeah, that would be good to bring that back to us and let us know, and then maybe remind us as to what were we doing a percentage at that point, right? Do you remember the percentage amount?
Is it 60%?
No, it was less than that.
Is it
I
less
think.
than that?
Yes.
So I did pull up, just for reference, the actual lien that was recorded one in 2016, and that amount was $6,400, and it was looking through the list of the fines, the totality of what that fine would have been. So there wasn't a discount offered then. I did see a number reference 14,000, but I don't see the lien amount, so it may be just calculating all the fees. So I'll have to confirm.
So we need more information on that before we could make a decision on it. Now, we don't have that information before us tonight, but we can deal with the 2471 for now, and then have staff bring us back more information about the prior ones, given the information she's presented tonight.
Okay, you said how much was that?
We're 2471.57.
Okay, so
if she gets it,
and that's staff time.
For this particular, was it last year and this year?
Correct.
Yes, for the past 2 years. And that would just be the staff time.
So we give her a month to get it in, or 30 days to get it completed, and then we give her another 30 days to pay. If she can't pay, then it becomes a lien, and then she has $14,000 of liens anyway before that we can I'm not sure what we're doing here.
Can you bring us back the prior lien amounts at the next council meeting so we can consider that? And just, we can't do anything about the prior ones, just what we want to do with the 24/71/57 for now until we get information from staff about the prior ones, because we don't have the information to make a decision on the prior liens here tonight.
So you could make the decision to give her 30 days to pay the $2,400 and get the improvements done pursuant to what's on the agenda tonight, and direct us to come back to you next meeting with information relative to the previous lien. Sounds like there was no discount because nobody spoke at that time. So we'll come back to you with the information at the next meeting.
Greg, did you say, I thought I heard him say 30 days to get the house or the structure in compliance, and then an additional 30 days to pay. Is that what you said? So
it was more of a question than I was
Okay.
a statement, so.
And city manager's suggestion is 30 days for everything, to get into compliance and to pay the fine. Is that what you'd like to do?
I'm okay with either, actually.
For this-
just For this 24/71/57,
And then we
given
can
what
revisit
she
the old
shared
one.
with us tonight in terms of the situation.
Okay.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, can we develop an instrument that if it doesn't work out, but the house is actively engaged in, for sale, that we can say whatever profits you make off of this equities, we get our share? Can we do something like that?
That's the lien.
That's what the lien is.
Yeah.
I
And
mean,
we will.
specific for this.
Yeah, so your leverage, and part of the reason I think 30 days is good for both the check and the improvements is it creates some motivation, especially with.
To move forward as fast as possible.
Yeah, especially with the other lien, because I'm not saying that this person would do that, but if somebody sells the property and you've delayed the application of the lien, then obviously you've lost that opportunity. So within 30 days, we'll come back to you again in 2 weeks with the old lien and see what council wishes to do about that. And then there isn't a whole lot of time between then and the 30-day period to sell the house and close on it, so.
I'm good with that. I'm good with
Okay.
the 30 days.
That works.
Okay.
Did you catch all that?
And yeah, you're going to want to come back in 2 weeks.
You would like me to come back in 2 weeks?
Yes, because we're going to bring the other lien information back.
Okay, yes, that would help me. And I am very motivated to get this completed as quickly as possible.
All right.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, next up is Alex Musino, and then John Wright, and Rob Franzo, Maria Franzo, and Manuel Macias.
That's fine. Good evening, council. My name is Alex Musino, and I'm here to present my case for 32555 Dunlap Road. It's a vacant land surrounding the AMPM, which is part of the Yucaipa Gateway.
Okay, let's give us a second here to identify it.
That's on page 388.
388.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Well, this property, as you know, has been under construction since we started building the AMPM in late 2015, and is still under construction because there's work being done in order to finish a wall there, retaining wall, start building the hotel, and a bridge over the creek behind us. This property fronts 3 different streets. 14th, the street to the north of the creek, and also Oakland Road. We have over 5 acres of vacant land. It's hard to control people from going in and out of that property. However, we disagree strongly with the liens that or the notices and also the civil penalties that have been assessed to the property. Currently, as I said, the property is under construction. We have construction material on the property, and we've had it for a while. We have equipment. Unfortunately, we cannot control people coming in and dumping their concrete from their construction sites or excess lumber on our site. I was there today. There's a couple of places where I saw that. There's no place where there is furniture, appliances, etc. The property is very clean in my mind. There's just spots of tumbleweeds, a few areas where there's a little trash. There's nothing that is causing any hazards there. As I said, it's a construction site. There's equipment there. We can't control people from going in there, jumping on the machine and falling off. So respectfully, what I am requesting is that if you have time to visit our site and you can confirm what I'm saying. We've been assessed almost $10,000 in civil penalties in the last 8 months for the same violations, trash, debris, etc. We've tried to comply and clean up the site as best as possible when we're not working there. However, we've had differences. People previously to me have had differences with the code enforcement officer. They don't seem to see eye to eye. Code enforcement officer Swantek shows up, doesn't speak to the supervising manager, just looks around, and then we receive a notice. So I don't think that's fair. I don't think it's equitable. We are going ahead with a hotel there, and we continue to have equipment there, personnel, material. We can't move it out of the site every 2 weeks and then bring it back. That's a costly venture. We're in the construction business, and we're trying to make money. Money does not grow on trees, as you know. And these fines are hefty for the little trash and debris that you can find on this property of over 5.5 vacant acres. So I respectfully request that the council consider my petition to assess the fines and bring them down to the administrative costs. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ben?
I'm good with that.
Comments? Okay, do you have any comments regarding this? For the record, indicate the fines and administrative costs.
Yeah, so administrative costs is provided for city council as part of the letter that was provided by Mr. Messino on page number 414. Some photos of the site condition are provided afterwards, and so as a construction site, they're doing work. However, there is some trash and debris that could be cleaned up, and given that it is at the intersection of the city or the gateway of the site for the city, making sure that certainly it's tidy through that process.
Okay, there's been a suggestion to apply just the admin costs.
Yeah, a 60530.
You good with that? Councilmember Riddell, do you have any comments on this?
I'm okay with just applying administrative costs.
Councilman Bogue?
Yeah.
Okay. One of these things is I see trash and debris in these pictures that don't look like construction material or used construction material, which like pallets and stuff like that, which we can construe as trash. And I see piles of what appears to be dead vegetation, somehow proximal to telephone lines, power pole lines. And then on another picture here, it's just some more trash and debris that's not associated with active construction. So I think the fines and the contacts are warranted. However, I do support just the administrative costs.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, they've done some work of late, but it's still not entirely clean, the site. And you may want to give them a little bit of time to do that in addition to the administrative costs.
How much time do you need?
What's the delay in construction?
You asking me, sir?
Yeah, how much time do you need?
Well, there's various issues, and Mr. Casey can expand on them, but.
No, let's go ahead. That's a separate issue, what
Okay.
Councilmember Riddell asked. Let's talk about how much time do you need to finish cleaning up this debris so we don't have what would appears to me a fire hazard.
It can be a week, but let me make one thing clear. A lot of that debris is located in Dunlap Road. That is not our property.
So the pictures that submitted
Dunlap
are
Road
not on your
ends in
property?
two, separates our property, divides it in basically two parts.
Okay, well, you can get your responsibility, you can have it cleaned up in a week, is what I
Yes,
heard you say.
That's not a problem.
Okay.
I would like to meet with the code enforcement officer out there to make sure we understand what she wants to be cleaned. As I said, the property is fairly clean except for a couple of places where there is materials that was dumped there. It's not we didn't dump it there.
If it's on your property, you're responsible for that, you understand that?
Of course, sir, I understand that.
Okay, so it doesn't make a difference who dumped it there, you're still responsible for it. And we'll just go ahead, on that note, we'll just go ahead and charge you the administrative fees, which is significantly less than the full fine.
I appreciate it.
That's what appears to be the council's direction.
And give him a week, is that what I'm hearing, to get it resolved? And
And you have a week to get everything all buttoned up, including paying the administrative fine.
Not a problem. I
Okay.
appreciate your help.
Is that good?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good night.
Okay, next is John Wright. Mr. Wright, if you can give us the address of the property in question, please.
Okay, it's 12829 14th Street, Yucaipa.
Listed on page 380 of the agenda or the packet.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir.
Well, apparently I've been cited for no building permits for my horse corral. It's not a building, it's a horse corral, but regardless, it's been there 20 years. Now they're citing me for it. Anyway, so what happened, they wanted me to get building permit. I said, okay, fine. They started fining me right off the get-go. So I said, okay, fine. So what do I got to do? So I tried to get the permit pushed through myself. It wasn't working. I asked for more time, and I got fines anyway. So I hired a contractor, finally. And then I had a heart attack and a bypass surgery. That was in April. And so I was laid up for a couple months. And with the pandemic and stuff, I come to City Hall, and of course, they're closed. And so I couldn't get extensions and stuff. And then I finally got through to, they were open one day. I came in here and got some extensions or whatever. Anyway, we went on. Anyway, I've been working on it all along, ever since they first started getting on me about it. I've hired people. Actually, this is the third person finally got them through. The first two people ended up quitting. They said, it's too much hassle. They didn't want to do it. So one thing led to another. Anyway, so I finally got this JZY design or whatever to put them through. So the papers are in now. Everything was submitted, I guess, last week. We're working on it. It's supposed to be get it all permitted and up to par and everything else. And then they sent me this lien notice. So.
Okay.
So when's it going to be done?
What's that?
So when is it going to be complete?
Well, we got all the papers in to get the permits, just up to the city now, I guess, to approve it and okay it. I was told, they said now everything's submitted, they're just going to do a safety check or something like that, they said. Because it's not an actual building, it's just a pipe corral, so.
Steel pipe corral?
Yeah, steel pipe corral.
So, yeah, let's hear from Ben.
So this code case is in regards to unpermitted metal stretchers. These stretchers are over 120 square feet, and so they are subject to a building code permit. Due to the metal nature of these and the size of the stretchers, they are subject to the city's special use permit and architecture review process. So an application was submitted quite a while ago regarding that application. However, it was incomplete due to many deficient items, and then that incomplete notice was resubmitted, and the applicant was unresponsive at that time. However, as he has noted, recently hired Jasmine Tamplin of JYZ Designs, who is taking over the permitting process for that, and so she did reach out to us fairly recently to look at what had been submitted as per the application. Pretty much the only thing that was there in its entirety was just application fee amount and then essentially the application submittal form, but the plans and every other submittal component was missing. And so she is working on revising that. I'm not aware of a resubmittal occurring at this point for that process, but I know she was making an earnest effort to address that. And so as part of this lien list is regarding prior code case actions or fines levied on it. And so these would apply to those in that case. And then certainly the efforts to submit the special use permit and get that completed would then abate any further citations for that process.
Okay, how much time do you need to finish this project or get?
That's up to the city. Everything's been submitted, to my knowledge. I said, I've been working on it all along. I've been trying to get it on, I've been paying people and trying to get it pushed through as quick as possible. And so from what I understand, everything's into the city now, and it's up to the building department whether to okay it and say, okay, you're good to go or whatever. You said she submitted them last week.
She submitted revised
Whatever she's supposed to do. I don't know, several times that
application
we've submitted stuff.
last week. And we don't have a record of it? Is that what you just said, Ben?
Oh, I don't know. You should have it.
I haven't seen across my desk, but it doesn't mean it hasn't been submitted to the planner that will be processing that project.
Okay.
What if we were to give them 30 days after the approval of the city to get the work complete?
And the fine of $522.30.
Correct. So as soon as you
There's no
return,
work
as
to
soon
do.
as you return the drawings and what he needs, give him 30 days to get whatever it is complete.
And inspected,
we
I guess
have-
it needs to be inspected.
Does that sound reasonable?
He says it's done.
Yeah. There never was anything to do. Just a
Yeah,
matter of
he
getting
says
it.
it's
Okay, well then
It's just a
30
pipe
days.
corral.
you'll be done, so, yeah.
30 days, pay the fine in a week.
Yeah.
Well, the
Same
special
thing.
use permit requires planning commission approval, and then the project, even if Jasmine had submitted those plans, let's say at the end of the week, and then assuming with the holdover for the plans on, the start of this week, we would still have not reviewed the plans for completeness to even route them for department review.
So how long are you saying, Ben?
Typically, the timeline for the special use permit is all predicated upon when a application is deemed complete. So essentially, the next 2 weeks or so is when the planner assigned to that project would review the plans, make sure everything that Jasmine had created for that project is sufficient for department review. Once that process occurs, in about a month and a half, it's scheduled before Planning Commission to do the project noticing and get those requirements.
Planning Commission has to approve pipe corrals.
It's because of the size of this one, it's a special use permit. That's
Yeah,
what
it's a
you're
large
saying.
metal structure.
Yeah.
I believe it actually consists, if I recall correctly, a few different metal structures ranging well over 120 square feet, but I think over 1,200 square feet for one of them.
So it sounds like you're saying 6 to 8 weeks?
Assuming that everything Jasmine provided was sufficient for the purposes of processing that application.
The council may choose to reduce the cost to the administrative costs and have that paid now and still give them time to get the permit.
And I do want to
I'm
note,
good with that.
That works.
Yeah.
I like that idea.
So 2 months and then pay the fine the same thing 1 week.
That works. Are you,
All right, so. And the fine is?
$522.30.
$522.30. You understand, we reduce it down to $522.30 and you have, what, 2 months? Is that what we said? To get this completed and moving forward with the plan, through the planning
Well, actually,
commission.
it's in the city's hands now, so however y'all take.
That's what they're estimating, so you're going to have to work with them, or you're,
Assuming that all of your stuff has been submitted
Right.
and is complete.
Right.
It'll take about 60 days to get it finalized
Okay.
and approved.
Okay.
Now, you have to go back to your rep or whoever's doing this for you to make sure that he or she has it all complete
No,
and
well,
nothing gets
They've assured me that it is. I
Well-
just what they told me.
I would just cover my bases and just talk to them one more time. You got to be sure because You know, you're the one who's paying out of pocket, not that rep, not your representative. So make sure that they have everything complete. And so get it before the planning commission in 2 months. Any delays, it just hurts you. You understand? And I want you to succeed. I want you to not have to go through any more than you have to.
Yeah, well, like I said, when I made sure everything is, as much as I could do, because like I said, I was pretty far out of the whole thing by then.
Sure.
It's completely up to them, and
Yeah.
they,
No, I
they
get
serve-
it.
They say, okay, everything's taken care of. I go, is that the last thing we got to do now? Because, they want money from me too. So as I'm
Right.
paying them, I go, is there anything else? They go, no, this should do it. And I said, okay.
Okay, just be sure, so you don't get caught in the middle again.
Yeah.
That's my thing. I don't want you to get caught in the middle of this again. All right, thank you very much.
Okay, so okay, thank you.
All right, we have Rob Franzo, Maria Franzo, and Manuel Macias, I guess all representing a project. And then behind them or him is Andrew Delgadillo and Tim Bradley.
Hello, my name is Maria Franzo, and my husband, Rob Franzo. I'm representing my father, Manuel Macias, the property at 33019 Avenue D.
This is on page 397 of your packet.
Pardon, one more time, Ben?
397.
397, okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, you'd like me to
Yes,
start? Okay,
yes,
I'm sorry.
please.
I wasn't sure if you were speaking to me. So the property is my father's property, and there are fines and assessments. I submitted the permits for my father. They came, they signed off on some of the things on the permit, but we still had to come back and redo the plans. I came back, redid the permit, but weren't able to submit the plans. My dad got sick, he had cancer, radiation treatments, and then he was out of the country, so he was unable to take care of that. I tried to take care of the rest of the things and was not able to for him. I did come in here and they told me that my dad had to come. I either needed his ID, so it was a big issue just trying to solve that for my father. I feel that we have taken care of the plans. We have the plans here. I came on August 5th. I tried to speak to, I left a message to David asking him about trying to get the permit. I spoke to Pamela. I asked her if I could still come in and do a permit. The doors were closed. I asked them, what do I need to do for my father to be able to get this done so we don't have this problem? She said I'd have to talk to Ben. I left a message. The only one that ever called me back was Pamela. She told me I had to submit in writing, in an email. She called me back at 5:40, 5 days before, at 5:40, and she said I had to submit it before 6 o'clock, saying that I was going to represent my father. So my husband is here too to tell you the rest about the plans. And it has to do with the shed. All it is a permit for a shed.
Yeah, so we originally submitted permits for a storage shed, 16 by 16, and we had a carport that was to be removed, as well as we had done new windows. The windows were initially signed off, but time went on, weren't able to get the permit expired in order to get the shed and the carport signed off. We have revised the plans and we are ready to submit. I actually have the application filled out online. I was going to submit it tomorrow along with the revised plans and updated plans for either resubmittal for the existing permit or for a new permit.
And we were also requesting that they reduce the amount of fees because my dad is unable to pay those. He's still not well, and that's why I'm here representing him.
Okay.
Ben, I see two different areas with the same address. That's 3319.
33019.
Oh, it's 33019.
019.
But I also saw it on somewhere else.
Do you have other liens on your property at this address?
No. None that we know of. My father purchased the property without any liens that we know of.
I noticed our neighbor's here in the room with us. Maybe his address is close to ours.
Maybe I just saw it wrong. It could just be me. Okay.
Maybe they have this mixed up.
Okay, the total administrative cost is $1126.90, is that correct?
And Ben, what's the status with this?
So this code cases itself has been going on since 2018. It was a permit submitted for work that was done on the property. And then essentially the permit has expired. The code enforcement officer has sent numerous notices noting that they need to finish the permit process and allow that to be completed. That way that work was officially signed off, and that has not yet occurred. And so it's really related to the permit expiring and then non-responsiveness for either renewing the permit and then getting the final inspections done for that.
Okay.
And when's that going to, do they have to then apply for a new permit?
At this point, because the permit has expired, they would submit a new permit.
And that's what they're prepared to do, if I understand correctly.
Yes, and
They
I
have-
came August 5th to try to do that, and no one was able to help me and tell me what to do. I had the plans in hand. I just needed to submit the permit. Like I said, I came here, I spoke to several people, and nobody called me back and
Okay, yeah, we
responded.
understand, we just have to find a way to,
Ben, how long, again, that's the same question, how long do you believe it will take them to finish this once they get the revised permit?
So the type of structure that they're doing is just a administrative level review through building and safety. So that permit turnaround has essentially review within about 10 business days for that, and then it's having an inspector go out there if the work has been done. You know, if there's stuff missing, then certainly working with that to get it there, but it's a much more simplified process given that it's a smaller structure and doesn't require any planning commission requirement approval.
So again, 30 days?
okay,
Okay, I'm good with that.
And the fine?
yep.
Same thing, a week, or what do we want to do?
My father lives on Social Security, doesn't work. Is there any way you guys can work with us on the fine? Because
Well, we can't waive the fine because that's actually costs incurred by the city, and so that amount of money has to be covered. But what do you guys want to do in terms of having them pay it back? You want to have them, give them
We
a
can give 'em more
month,
time.
or?
We can give them more time. A month, yeah.
Give you 30 days to pay it.
is there any way that can it be, I wasn't asking for a waive, but could it be reduced in any way?
No, no.
It has been reduced.
Well, it is. It's at 1126.
And it was $4,500.
Okay.
Yeah, we reduced that. So you have 30 days and call again tomorrow, and someone should be answering the phone or giving you direction on
I
how to.
spoke to 5 people.
You have to try again. Just keep trying. And
I work, I'm a teacher, I'm online from 7:30 in the morning till 3:30 in the evening. I come home and I'm still contacting parents. I did call.
I know,
5 or
I know we're all doing this, but you gotta help yourself.
I am,
Okay.
I'm calling, but nobody's calling me back. What else can I do for my part?
You can do this. I have my email on the website. Go to the email. If you're having a problem getting in contact, you just go ahead and write me an email, and I'll help you through it.
Thank you, Mr. Pogue.
And
Appreciate that.
Mr. Matlock is available to,
Okay.
call Mr. Matlock directly.
Thank you.
And
If that doesn't work.
Mrs. Wolf will hand you a business
Email
card.
Greg.
I did want to note, Councilmember Bode was correct. There is a reference on the 397 that I referenced, but also 380 as well. So it's on 2 different years.
And so what's the total cost then?
609 for the one on page number 380.
That's 609.
609.65.
So it's $1,735.90 total?
Is that for the same issue?
Last year.
Yeah, so it's gone on for over 2 years with the non-responsiveness for
Well,
that. But
like I said, my father had cancer. He couldn't respond. He was getting treatment. And then he had to go out of the country and was gone for a year because he was still ill. He was seeking treatment out of the country to get better. So he couldn't And I'm not the property owner, my father is. And I did try coming in. I came in, I spoke to Lauren, I paid the permit again, and then because I didn't submit the plans, they kept coming back. But now I'm able to do the plans for my dad. I wasn't working back then, I couldn't help my dad out. I finally got my job back, and now I'm able to help him, and that was the reason why it took so long. It wasn't because we were neglecting it and he didn't want to do it, he couldn't physically do it. It was not intentional.
The illegal shed was not intentional?
I'm sorry, sir?
No, I was just thinking out loud.
I'm not comfortable waiving the staff, waiving the, administrative costs, but we can certainly waive the assessed fees and the fines.
And which is a total of,
$1735.90 for just the administrative direct costs for staff to handle this issue. But if you look at that one page, you're looking at 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, 8,500 for last year.
so last year was 8,500
And fines.
in fines. Okay, your total has to come up to, what our policy has been is that rather than charge you the full amount, we always reduce to staff time, the time that they use to do the inspections and make that, and it has nothing to do with anything else other than their time. And that has gone up to a total of
$1,735.90.
$1,735.90. No, is that right?
Is that correct?
And that's for.
Looking at 609, actually it's 609.65, so it's a bit change more. Yeah, 1,736.55.
$1,736.55. That's your
Is that
total.
correct?
That's the total administrative cost. Has nothing to do with the penalties.
Okay.
And we'll give you 30 days. Is that correct? Is that what everyone decided? 30 days to pay that. And then submit your plans. And as Councilmember Bogue says, if it doesn't get to, if you're having trouble, any problems at all, you can certainly contact him via the email. And you can call or contact any of us via email. That's the best way to get hold of us.
Okay.
And we will help you.
Is there any way he can do it in payments? He gets $1,200 in Social Security. That's not even his whole paycheck. He wouldn't be able to. Is there any, I'm okay with the amount that you have said, and I appreciate that very much, but is there any way that it can be broken down, maybe, in 4 payments? Would that be possible?
Sure, anything is possible. You guys are good with that? 4 payments?
Yes, sir.
Divide that by 4. Can you do that? Councilmember Allen, she's our mathematician.
Is it 1,736.55?
Yes.
Yeah, 434.14.
$434.14 a month.
Okay. Starting in 30 days or because it would have to be on the 1st. He gets his Social Security on the 1st of September. Would that be
And
okay?
we'll go ahead starting September 1st, if that's okay with council. That's fine.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much.
Okay, and if he doesn't pay, then you guys are in, he's in bigger trouble. So we need to impress
will help
upon him
him.
that you need to step up because we're giving you a discount and we're giving you a break.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I have a question. So we have staff that's going to track that, so in case that doesn't happen, it gets leaned?
Yeah, and Fermin
Okay.
is going to make sure that he talks to them directly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Andrew Delgadillo.
And then this is on page 385.
I'm at property 34953 Persimmon Avenue.
Okay, sir?
Wait a minute, what page, Ben? Sorry.
385.
385 and the property address, I missed it.
34953 Persimmon.
34953? These masks, you know, it just, you can't always hear. Thank you.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
So it's for a barking dog. I rescued the dog, seen it out, so I picked it up. Didn't realize it was going to bark that much, so I started bringing it in at night. Received a warning, and that's when I decided, the dog had to go. I mean, it wasn't my responsibility. I was just kind of helping it out. Never received any notice of having a fine sent to me, just the warning. And so it just kind of went from there, and received my lien notice on the 4th about 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Today?
No, via mail, on the 4th of August.
I didn't know code enforcement dealt with barking dogs. I thought that was part of.
They do respond to where there's complaints of or from multiple people about concerns of barking dogs, and so they will investigate that concern.
I'm sorry, I have a hard time hearing. What
Sorry. They will investigate. If they receive multiple complaints of barking dogs, they will investigate that complaint.
And you don't have the dog anymore?
No, I haven't had it since the warning in 18. Like literally a week after it was gone.
So we have the $114.89
Yeah.
for administrative costs.
You good with that?
Yeah, I'm never rescuing a dog again though.
Yeah. Okay, so you paid the $114.89.
All right, sounds good.
Okay.
1 week.
Say what?
1 week.
Yeah, 1 week. Yeah, sir, you have 1 week. Okay, now it's Tim Bradley, and then Paul Thompson, and Richard and Tina Galvez.
All right. A little closer? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Tim Bradley, 33, ooh, I maybe too loud, huh?
No, you're fine.
781 Palm Drive.
33781 Palm.
Palm Drive.
Okay, this is located at page number 390.
Okay.
All right, sir, go ahead.
I'm here to object to the filing of the lien, and my complaint is I've never been included in the loop of the number of complaints that have come. I'm the property owner, but I have no idea of all these code violations at all. I'm out of state, and I've never been notified of one time. So that's,
You were notified once?
they say they sent me a letter one time, but again, I don't go to that post office box because I hardly ever get any mail. And I guess there was a certified letter, and they only said so many days, and I got there after that, so there was no letter there. Does that make any sense? That's the post office.
So
So I-
these fines have been going on, Ben, since October 15th, a year ago.
That is correct. So this property, and then also provided for, as part of the attachments to agenda item number 19, the first item is Mr. Bradley's letter and then pictures of the subject site. As part of that one, it is related to excessive vehicles stored on site. As he noted, he does live out of state, and so a notice was sent to the property address on file in Nevada and was returned because it was not picked up. However, posting also then occurred on site as consistent with the standard operating procedures for code enforcement, as well as posting to another property listed reference in Asina Drive in the city of Yucaipa. So it was posted or referenced in two different locations. And then the photos are included for city council on the current status of the property.
Ben, for whatever reason, I have a hard time hearing you through the mask, so.
Yeah, it's a little muddled.
Yeah, it's
I'm trying. So I'll just peeled mine down. Did you say that they had cleaned this up? Is this still in violation?
The property is still in violation right now.
So it still looks the way these pictures look?
Yeah, so that was dated about 2 weeks or so ago, and no changes have occurred since then.
Was this, I mean, I don't want to sound terrible, but that looks terrible. It needs to be cleaned up.
We do receive numerous complaints from surrounding property owners on this particular site.
So I'm willing to give, time to clean it up, and then we can reduce the fines down to costs. But that definitely needs to be cleaned up.
yeah, and they need to
If I were the
pay.
neighbor, I'd be upset too.
Yeah,
Okay, so they sent the certified letter to your post office in Nevada, where apparently where you reside,
Right.
and you never looked at that. You never checked your post
Well,
office
it's not that
box.
I don't check it, it's that I get so little mail that I don't go by there that often. That's the reason. And of course, I've been to this property now that I know about it since the 5th or whenever they finally, my son picked this letter up and got me involved. And so I've been there, and you're absolutely correct, it's a hellhole. It's a mess.
How
And-
long do you think it'd take to clean it up?
Boy, I don't know, it's terrible. I was looking, would 90 days work?
90 days.
Yes, it's ugly. There's tons of stuff there. Just the vehicles alone are ugly.
what do you think, Ben?
It is the council's prerogative on the timeline that they would like to establish.
Have you seen this property, though? That's my question.
I have seen the photos of it, seen the aerial images of it, but I've not personally driven to the subject site.
Can I give a suggestion? How about we give you 30 days to clean the front and then 60 days to clean it all up?
I'm agreeable.
Just get rid of if I were the neighbor and I saw this.
No question.
I would be irritated. Get it out of the front, 30 days, and then 60, 90 days to get it all cleaned up.
Well,
And then
let's
we'll
do
redo-
90 days total, 30 for the front and 60 for the
And I
back.
can get code enforcement involved, say yay or nay?
Well, I think you'll know if it's been cleaned up.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, and then the administrative costs are
Administrative costs,
510.
yeah.
But again, a week to pay that.
You good with that?
What are the costs?
It's $510 reduced.
Okay.
Or
Oh, wait,
804.47.
I got the wrong number.
It skips on to the next page, to 389 is the top line.
It's on page,
51074, right?
I see 51074 on mine, sorry.
That's what we see.
33781, it's at the,
You are correct. The way the pagination is, I was skipping to the wrong page.
So the administrative costs to cover that will be $510.74, and you have a week to pay. That is next Monday. And then we'll give you 30 days, as per Councilmember Bo's suggestion, to clean your front yard. And then you have 60 days.
To clean the whole
after-
place up.
To clean the whole place up.
All right. I'm all over
I
it.
think you can do that.
I'm sure, absolutely.
All right, so you're good with that?
I'm on it. Like I said, I'm here now.
Okay.
I just basically looked at the property today.
Okay, very good, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Next is Paul Thompson.
Hi, my name's Paul Thompson. It's regarding the property at 12942 3rd Street and 13157 3rd Street. They're my mom's property, but one of them I think I've cleaned all the debris. It's just vehicles, and the other one I need a lot of work to it. She just got the lien notice, I guess, I think the 5th. So hasn't really, wasn't prepared, I guess, for having the lien put on it, and the question is to like how the fines got to be looks, according to the paper I have, it's like 22,000 for each property.
Okay.
I see a
Ben,
total of
what page is it on again?
12,000, actually, is what I see.
So I got one property address, which was 12942 3rd Street, and that's on page 390, and then
And the other one's right above it, which is 13157.
okay.
And these are just a matter of cleaning up?
That is correct, yeah.
Yeah, because this looks like it's been going on for, again, since August of 21 of last year. So is it, Ben, what is the status of these two properties on 3rd Street?
There's trash and debris and vehicles stored on the property. The most current photos I have, at least in the file, still show that to be the case. And then they provided some updated photos. I don't see a date stamp, but I assume these are recent. Still showing some vehicles, but certainly the property appears to be in cleaner shape than it was, than it previously had been.
So should we apply
These are for the next one.
the same to all of them? Give
Yeah.
them 30 days to get it cleaned up and then reduce it down to whatever it is?
The administrative fees.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
So my apologies, the photos I was looking at is actually for the next person showing up, so I've not seen photos of the cleanup afterwards.
Can you get your mom's property cleaned up in 30 days?
I'm not sure about both of them. I can get one of them cleaned up, definitely. The second property is it's an acre, and there's probably take me a little bit longer to get that one done.
So we give you one 30-day like we did the last guy, kind of, maybe, and then the second one 60 days.
So 60 days?
We'll give you 60 days to clean up the 1 acre property, and then 30 days to clean up the smaller property. Are you good with that?
All right, yeah.
And then you're good. We'll just charge you the administrative fees, which totals out to,
$931.27, I believe.
okay, so it's $931.27 is the administrative cost, not including the penalties. So,
That's a reduced from 12, actually, yeah, about
so you're paying
12
about
grand.
less than 1/10.
That 900 or 9,000?
$931.27.
When can you pay that?
I can't hear you. What we can do is that we can break it up into payments also. We've already set an example. And if you can't pay the full amount, we can do monthly payments.
I live on 300 a month, and the people came into my home and put all their stuff in my home, and it's still inside my home, and I got a $200 to $300 electrical bill when they did this. I don't know who it is, and put stuff in the yard also, on top of what I couldn't do. I've had hip replacement. I've tried to, on the second property, I tried to pull weeds, and I broke my ankle and landed out on 3rd Street, and I still have fees to pay to the Redlands Community Hospital. So this is
So
what's
let's just do
happened
what
to
we
me.
did on the
And
last one, where-
lot across the street on the other property is all full of weeds.
And
Nothing
we're
is-
only going to talk about your property. We can't talk about anybody else's.
I mean, I went to, because I get tumbleweed on mine because it isn't taken care of across the street.
I'd be fine with the same thing, 3 payments.
3 or 4? Did you say 3?
Either way.
I don't
mean-
care. 4th payment, whatever, either way.
But I'm doing the best I can.
Yeah, well, this has been going on for a year,
Yeah,
so.
I know, but I had hip
Okay, so we're-
replacement, and I've had
yeah.
my shoulder
We understand that,
Follow
but
that.
we're going to try to set up a payment plan for you. And you don't have to pay it all at once. We'll figure out an amount, if we can figure it out here. And you can start the first payment.
I have a loan.
232.82.
I have a loan on the house that is about 600,
232.82.
and so I have very little left.
I can't hear my fellow council members speak, so you're going to have to let us discuss this now. We're trying to help you. So let us go ahead and just continue this. What?
232.82
For?
4 payments.
4 payments.
And then it has to be done in 30 days. At 30 on one and then 60 on the other.
It has to be all cleaned up.
I'm good with that.
So we're going to require, for the smaller property, you have 30 days to clean it up. For the larger property, you have 60 days to clean it up. Now, for the payment schedule, for 4 months, it'll be $232.82 a month beginning in September. I'll give you 4 months to pay. That's just what it costs the it's the administrative cost. That's what the
taxpayers have had to pay to deal with this issue that's been going on for a year.
And it's not including any of the penalties. So you're getting a substantial discount and you're getting time to clean it up. Are you good with that?
Well, tell me again how much it is each month, or what it is.
232.
232.82.
Yeah, because as I said, I can't. Just say, okay, you understand. I understand, and I will try to see if I can borrow some money.
Okay, thank you. Was that Paul Thompson? Okay, we have Richard and Tina Galvez, Layla Schultz, and Robert Berg.
Hello, it's Richard Galvez, 33033 Avenue D, Yucaipa.
It's listed on page 375 and 392 of the agenda packet.
Okay, sir.
I received a letter on Friday for a letter of intent to put a lien on the property. And I'm not sure why we ended up with this, and I don't understand why I continued to get harassment letters from code enforcement when I went in and talked to Pamela, whatever her last name is, and also John. And I asked them what they needed done back almost a year and a half ago. And they asked me to put up a fence around because I had some tile on a pallet in my driveway. So I covered it up. And I put up a 4-foot fence around the front, and I put a 8-foot or 6-foot fence all the way around the whole property so nobody can look into the back of the property. I continued for 2 years to receive letters from these people, and I have gone in there twice. And I see Pamela, she comes up to the property, and as soon as she sees me or any of the people that live at my house, Mike is right here. He lives in the room behind the garage. It's a permitted room. She does not even want to have anything to do with anybody. She makes sure that she drives away and then she comes back when nobody's there and tapes it onto the fence. I have numerous letters here, probably over 90-something letters. I also, last year, I got into a problem with a roof leak. It started getting into the habitable living space. I had to try to fix that, and the neighbors called, and Pamela came out, and that's going to be another part coming up because I've got right now 24 letters for that. I went in, I paid the fines for whatever they wanted to submit plans. I've been working on plans, but the plans that they want is not exactly what I can draw. I don't have the money to do it. I haven't worked in probably 26 years. I go out and I recycle. I work with friends making money. I'm a disabled American Marine Corps veteran. I don't understand why I get harassment letters.
Okay. Ben?
So this is in regards to unpermitted construction on the subject property. There's some photos showing an addition being constructed or some sort of new framed addition being built on the property. And so this is related to that not being permitted and then unresponsiveness for those code enforcement.
So it's unpermitted construction?
That is correct.
Not the pallet of stuff on the driveway?
I did not see references to that, but the code enforcement citation does list the violation of unpermitted activity.
Okay, so you understand what the violations are now. It's unpermitted construction.
It was permitted. That patio's been there before 1979. And that was before I bought the house. I fixed wherever the water came through, and on the roof, I showed them there was 9 layers of roof. I went in and talked to building and safety.
Can you describe the unpermitted construction?
I see, it looks like a new roof line and then solid framing at about 16-foot or 16-inch intervals going across it. It looks like a room being constructed.
So there's a room that was
No, there
built.
wasn't. That was a patio cover that had termites. And the termite boards got taken out, and it got something put in there that was going to make sure it doesn't fall down. It's all done with pressure-treated wood. The other stuff was not pressure-treated wood. I have pictures of all that other stuff here also, and they were taken into building and safety.
Did you get permits for that?
I went in and paid for it, and I've been trying to get stuff done for them. But what they want is not what I can draw up. There's a hip garage to a hip house, and I'm asking to put a gable between the two. And for some odd reason, I can't come up with the correct elevations on everything for them because the garage is lower than the house. I'm trying to show them I can do it exactly what they want. I can get up there. I can put a hip on there. I can collar tie everything together where there will be no more water leaks. The water leak is minimum right now compared to what it was. I started on this in 2014, trying to fix the problem.
Okay, what's the address again? 33. What page is it on?
It's 375 and 392. The total administrative costs at this point are $2871.33.
Say again.
$2871.33. Is that correct? And the fines total $27,900. And it's been going on, for about 13, 14 months, just on what's delineated here in the staff report.
Mr. Galvez, you're going to have to find somebody to help you do a.
I've already asked a couple of people that are draftsmen to help me do it.
You're going to
My
have
friend
to
Mike
find.
right here.
You're going to have to find somebody who can help you do the drawings correctly. And in the meantime, we're not going to charge you the full fines, but just the administrative costs as we've done to everybody else. $2871.83.
33.
33? Okay, $2871.33. But you're going to have to get your plans in, get them drawn as they need. You might have to hire a professional. I mean, that's all there is to it, because it's making it rough.
Oh, I understand what you're saying, sir.
Is it? You said it was a carport. What was this?
No, it's a patio between a hip garage and a hip house. It's a patio cover.
A patio cover.
And there's no solid walls.
There's no solid walls. You can see through everything. I'm just supporting the roof there.
Yeah, you're going to have to find somebody to give you a hand on that then, because we don't want to make this any worse.
Yeah, it's a breezeway. Actually, is what it is. It's just a breezeway that was permitted, I guess, back in '79 when the house was they put a curb and gutter in front of that house also back when that was done, when this was still a city or a town of Yucaipa.
Yeah, it was unincorporated back then.
Yes, it was.
Okay.
You have some clarification for us, Ben?
Just looking at the images I have of the stretcher being permitted seems inconsistent with a patio cover, given the framing that was done on that. So.
Okay.
Is it something easily removed?
Possibly. I don't have a good vantage point to.
I don't want to tell you what to do with your house, but if it's something that's just easier to remove, maybe just remove it.
It's something that's been there, and when there was a water leak, I tried to fix it, and that's when I went into building and safety and showed them pictures.
I'm just giving you a suggestion. I'm not telling you what to do.
Yeah, that might be a consideration, is just take it down and just start all over again if you
Well,
have to.
then that's why I'm trying to submit a set of plans so I can put a hip between or a gable between the two, and there won't be a problem because when there's a gable roofs don't leak. I don't
All right,
know of
so-
any unless it's done wrong.
So this has been going on a year, so what do we want to do? Administrative costs are $2871.33. That needs to be paid, and then how long to get this problem resolved? Do you want to give them 60 days? What do you
Yes,
want to do?
that works.
Okay,
Okay.
so that's what we're going to do, 60 days to get this thing finally resolved once and for all. We're going to reduce from the 27.9 in the liens that are currently assessed against the property down to the 2871. When do you all want him to pay that?
And I still don't know the total. I didn't hear a total.
2,800.
How much?
$2,871.33.
Can I do that in payments? I'm a disabled veteran. I do not receive, I don't even ask the VA for a check at all.
Okay, she's doing that right now. 7/17/83.
For 4 months.
We can do that for 4 months, as we've done with everybody else. We give you 4 months to pay the fine, which is $717.83.
Ray, can I ask a quick question? Mayor?
Yes, sir.
When it comes to the lien process, just a really quick, just these go to the county and they become a lien. So when the property owner either sells or transfers the property, those liens have to be paid by someone, right?
Correct.
That lien does not increase while it's there, does it? No, once it's filed as a lien, isn't it?
Oh, did they?
Is there a percentage that's tacked onto the lien? I didn't know that.
I didn't know either, I guess so.
That's what my question was. I don't know.
Yeah, the fine and penalties as listed in the development code or municipal code is 10%.
That's right.
Okay, 4 months.
Okay.
2 months to get it cleaned up, 4 months to pay.
Okay, we'll give you 60 days to clean it up, to fix your problem, and then 4 months to pay. Are you agreeable to that?
Sure.
Okay. Let's make that work. Thank you very much.
That 60 days to get the problem fixed, that is to get the plans in and get the roof done?
Ma'am, I can't hear you.
So the 60 days, is that to get the plans in and have the roof work done? Finished?
That should be adequate. This has been
Yeah.
going on for a year.
Yeah. Let's get the drawings in, and it shouldn't take 60 days. I mean, as long as you're moving forward, we take that into consideration. If you wait till the 59th day to do something, then it looks bad on you. But if you start right away and you're showing that you're doing legitimate progress, and it's not done in exactly 60 days, I think we can look at it and say, you need another week to finish this, and we'll give that to you. We're not trying to hurt anybody, but we're put in this position of trying to keep our town looking a certain way, and we appreciate your side of it, but you have to look at our side too. So we give you 60 days, bottom line. And as long as you're moving forward, that's what we want. We just want you to have progress.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Lola or Layla Schultz?
It's Lola Schultz, 12854 Country Place.
And this is on page 382 and 400 of the packet, and then also the request to speak and some site photos of the site are included in the attachment to agenda item number 19 that was printed out.
The one you gave us tonight, this packet.
Okay, Ms. Schultz, go ahead.
Okay, I left the property about 3.5 years ago. Left my husband, took my 2 little kids under some bad circumstances. I took over the property in October. It was vandalized. It was trash everywhere. I've been trying to clean it up. I've been trying to redo the inside of my home so my little kids have a place to live, a nice place. I'm a single mother. I'm barely affording a roof over their head and food in their belly. I can't afford these fines.
Okay, Ben?
So this code enforcement case is in regards to unpermitted construction and trash and debris and vehicles stored on site. The case had been unresponsive with a fellow member of the household. However, staff did have a meeting with Ms. Schultz few months ago regarding efforts to get compliance.
Yes.
As part of that, there was a assignment to get the site investigation done and pull and final those permits with specific timeframes. And those dates have since elapsed with no responses provided to code enforcement on.
Well, the site
those
inspection is $200+ alone. I can't afford that. I can't even afford to feed my kids sometimes, especially with COVID now. They want me to put T111 on a motorhome that's stored in my yard. T111 and a roof on a motorhome? That's ridiculous.
Are you living in that motorhome?
No, I am not. It's stored. It belongs to my son, and my son is up north. I offered to just put a tarp over it, but they're saying I need to put T111 and a roof on it.
So is it, you said it was trash and debris.
There's trash
and
and
then,
debris.
Well, hang on a second, I'm talking to Ben here. Ben, trash and debris and then unpermitted something?
Yeah, there was a garage conversion done without permits, and then finally is inoperable and abandoned vehicles on site as well.
The abandoned vehicle would more than likely be the motorhome that's stored.
And then the garage is converted into a bedroom or something?
Some
So
sort
the
of.
garage is was a carport when I moved there 24 years ago.
Okay.
It was a carport. All we did was put doors
So
on it to keep people out.
Can we, hang on a minute. Perhaps what we can do is fix the unpermitted garage port. That shouldn't be that hard, just to take it and convert it back into a garage and clean up the property, and we can give you 60 days, 30 days, and then reduce the fees down to whatever cost is. And if we need to break that up into payments, I'm okay with that.
Okay, do you understand that? You have to
I
convert
do, but the garage was never a garage. It was a carport, a single carport.
Well,
20
just turn the carport back into a carport. and
turn
we'll
it
be
back
fine.
into a carport, not
The
a,
issue will go away.
Okay, well, right now I've got stuff stored in there, and I have to keep doors on it to keep it locked, to keep people out from stealing my stuff.
we're trying to help you.
Well, then I'll tell you what, then get it permitted like a garage then. We can do it that way too.
Doors off, and we're good.
I'm sorry?
Take
No.
the doors off, is that what you're telling me? Take the doors off of it?
Return the carport back to its original configuration. If there were sides on there, you're allowed to have the sides. If there are no sides on it when it was originally configured, you have to remove the sides and the doors.
Okay.
That's the easiest way, and that's the most economical way for you.
Okay,
The other thing is that you still have to clean up the debris that's around your house. Whatever abandoned vehicles, whatever trash, whatever weeds, you have to clean that up. And we're willing to give you 60 days for that, which
Okay.
I think is reasonable.
right.
And then you also have a fine or an administrative cost of $649.
No,
Whoops.
$1,996.56. Is that correct?
1,900.
Because there's two.
Okay,
Because
repeat
this is
that.
1 year and then another year. 1,996 and 56 cents.
Okay, so you have $1,996.56 in administrative costs, not penalties. And we can
No, the
make them,
penalties are about 11,300.
otherwise it'd be $11,000. And we're reducing it down to, as you can think, just 10% of what you would owe in normal circumstances. We're doing this for everybody, it seems, so let's take advantage of this. We can develop payments for you, but you gotta help yourself too to get yourself out of this mess. Take apart that garage or that room. Just go back to a carport. That's the simplest way. I don't know how you're gonna deal with your furniture, but that's,
Right.
you know.
What about the patio conversion?
All that.
You
all
have
that's-
to you have to get in compliance with the code.
You have to be in compliance, and you can do one of two things. You can either take all the walls off again and make it a patio, if it was a permitted patio, or get that whole thing permitted. Whatever you think is best.
Okay. Okay,
So are we good there?
Yes. And you have
Okay.
60 days,
okay.
You
Do you
wanna-
want to do the 4 months again?
Yeah, we can do that.
and we can break up the payments into 4 months to make it more affordable for you. Are you good with that?
Yes,
Okay. And that comes out to
$499.14.
$499.14 a month, starting September 1st.
Okay, so does that reduce the 11,000?
Yes.
The total for it?
Yes.
Yeah, 4 payments of that.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
All righty.
Thank you very much.
Robert Byrd, followed by No Name, Richmond LLC, and Alfredo Penn.
Yeah, it's Robert Byrd, 33262 Avenue D.
This
We'll
one's
list it
on page 398.
Yes, and then the letter from Mr. Burrs on 409 with pictures afterwards.
Okay, Mr. Byrd, go ahead.
Yeah, this, I guess, stems from like 18 and 19, 2018, 19. That point, I had a roommate that was buying and selling cars, and he was keeping him on the property. I had gotten a notice, had called and got an extension, 30-day extension. I tried to get another one. In the meantime, I was still talking with Pam too. Well, I called on the 30-day to try to get another 30-day extension. They told me they were only allowed one extension. And then 3 days later, at the end of that extension date, I had the property cleaned, talked to Pam. She said it was in compliance, and got this letter just last week of intent to put a lien on the property.
So Ben, where are we at with this one? Is it fixed?
Is this 33262?
Yeah, it was in
Yes,
our
sir.
agenda.
Yeah.
Is he saying it's all been fixed?
Yeah.
Are you saying that it's all been resolved?
You've got,
Yeah, it's been over a year. Like the letter, I didn't bring the letter that I just got in the mail last week, but it was stemmed from 2018 to 2019, somewhere in there.
This one says the last one was 9/14/2018, so
Yeah.
this is long gone. That's the one for $35?
Yes.
if he's in compliance,
If you're in compliance, just pay the $35 and we'll be done.
We'll
Okay.
waive the other fees.
Are you good with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Can I pay
Okay.
that today, or I got to come in when they open? Okay. All
yeah,
right.
do it tomorrow.
Thank
Ben,
you.
is it in compliance?
I just talked to Pam the other day.
No,
too.
no, that's a question for our
Yeah,
staff
let's-
member,
oh.
sorry.
Yeah, so it appears case itself was closed, just still the outstanding fine amount.
Okay, we're good, $35.
All right. God bless Bobby Duncan.
Okay, we have Richmond 1040 LLC.
Yes. Hi there, Brian Lee on behalf of Richmond 1040 LLC, 12273 Overcrest Drive. This appears to be just miscommunication. My client purchased this property in July of 2019, and after it just cleared a tax auction in May of 2019, and there was a holdover tenant. And it was kind of a messy situation, but they diligently spoke with Pamela Swantek the entire time, and they got extensions. She asked for proof of the eviction. They started the eviction process literally 6 days after recording the deed, and then the holdover got evicted on February 12th, 2020. The last email from Pamela was, please show me updates of the case, which they did. And as soon as they got possession of the land in February 18th, 2020, they cleared everything into compliance. And they thought everything was great. And then all of a sudden we get the notice. But currently they've had people going every 2 weeks to clean and clear out the area.
Okay. Ben?
It looks like the last fine was leveraged on 5/9/19, so that would lead you to believe that it's been resolved?
So it was, just to clarify, there is the fines listed on 383 and 402. Mr. Lee is correct that a lot of this stems from a prior property owner and resident of the site that had issues and was the subject of code enforcement actions. And then also, it's my understanding that this particular individual also had other code enforcement actions on other properties throughout the community, and then they subsequently lost that property through tax sale. The new owner was working to evict the resident and clean up. However, the communication efforts seemed like there was a separation on at least the progress being made. And so the last citation was done in February of this year. But however, those issues have all since been addressed, and so this case is now closed.
Now what?
Now closed.
Closed.
Yep.
So it's been
Resolved?
resolved.
Yeah, the actions have all been resolved. It's just the outstanding fines from that code enforcement action that
1397.78, right? Can you pay that amount?
How much is the amount?
We're gonna reduce it to $1,397.78.
What are these for? Are these for the prior tenant now being imputed?
These are the administrative costs that the city incurred to deal with these issues.
Okay, but specifically, when were they incurred? When we were speaking with Pamela Swantek with the
It's been-
extensions, or is this from the prior tenancy?
I don't know that answer to that question, but these are in regards to the fines leveraged against the property over the course of time, starting back in 2019.
Okay, so, but that was wiped out in the tax sale on May 24th of 2019. It got purchased by a third party, and then my client bought it off them in July 27th of 2019. So are you saying the
These are new.
13,000 ran with the land?
So yeah, that's my question.
Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, I think on this one, as I understand the facts, the current property owner did not obtain the property until July of 2019. So the fines and the staff costs listed on page 402 as to this matter all predated their acquisition of the property. There are the second set of fines and staff costs of the $363.78, which appear to have been incurred after this individual took ownership, or this entity took ownership. So I would think that reaching back to before they acquired the property, and because of the tax sale, we would be limited in our ability to go after those.
It's unreasonable. It really is.
On both?
But the going forward after they obtained the property, the $363.78.
Oh, okay.
I think would be within the ability to still obtain.
I'm okay with that number.
Okay.
I'm okay with that too then, with that clarification.
Yeah, we're okay with the 363.78.
Okay, good. And
you
thank
can
you for
pay
being
that?
persistent.
Pay that
Yes.
within a week?
Yes, you got it. Thanks a lot for your time this evening.
All right, Alfredo Penn.
Hello, good evening. Alfredo Penn, 33730 Noreen Lane. And I'm here for abandoned vehicles and parts on the property, inoperable. And so I'd like to resolve this as soon as possible.
Did you say Mary Ann Lane?
Noreen, and it's
Noreen
on
Lane.
Oh,
page
Noreen.
the 385 and 404 of the agenda packet.
Okay, what's the administrative cost on this? 385.
634.30 is one.
Is it
And
cleaned
the other
up?
404?
So as the property owner did identify, this is in regards to unpermitted auto repair and then essentially inoperable vehicles stored on site, included in the driveway. As far as I am aware, it has not been resolved or cleaned up.
So you still have an illegal auto repair on this property?
We've cleaned up a lot. It was worse. Multiple vehicles have been removed. It had been an issue ongoing. But most of the vehicles are registered in the street and on the driveway, but occasionally there is one that is on non-op or is a parts vehicle.
Okay, so you have an unpermitted business there, right?
No, we don't do business. Really, it's just more like hobby. But occasionally, things will be sold through OfferUp or Craigslist and so forth.
Okay.
So how long will it take you to clean it up?
Yeah.
I was going to ask you for 60 days, and because I do want to clean this up. I'm kind of tired of having it on my property myself, so.
You guys give us 60 days?
Yeah, 60 days
60
and
days.
administrative costs.
And the administrative costs?
Yeah, the plan was to take the stuff to the bonus swap meet to sell it, but we haven't been able to do that because of the COVID. But no excuse, I know that it needs to be done.
Is it 871.22?
772.22.
772?
772.22.
Okay. So your fine's going to be 772.22 cents, and you have 60 days to clear your property.
Okay.
You good with that?
I am. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
To confirm, when is the
And can you
admin
pay
cost?
that within a week?
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, by next Monday. Okay, we have Tim Anglia. Followed by Suni Choi.
Yeah. Hello, it's me. I have my friend here's going to talk for me because I have a hard time talking. I'm a disabled veteran. I got 80% disabled with a tank round in the head, and so I have a hard time talking.
Hi, my name is Glenn Munson. I'm a friend of Mr. Angelini's. I'm going to speak on his behalf because he has a 80% cognitive disability that he sustained while in the armed forces. Is that acceptable?
What address are we looking at?
What was the number?
35786.
35786 Grandview Drive.
Grandview.
And Ben, where?
My name is Glenn.
No, I'm asking our staff to tell us
Yeah,
what page this is on.
Page 384.
384. Okay. Thank you, Ben.
Go ahead, sir.
We had spoke with Robbie, your inspector, about 3 weeks ago, and he told us that he was impressed and pleased with the cleanup that we had done, and we were under the impression that this was resolved. We didn't know of anything more specific that was needed to be done, so. I have some photographs of the front yard. Originally, I think his fines were for some inoperable vehicles, which he got rid of a long time ago. The other 4 vehicles that he has are registered and operable in the front yard and are perfectly fine.
Are you in compliance with code enforcement?
I believe so. At least that's what we believe Rob had said. We don't know specifically what else there was that.
You didn't receive any documentation saying that you're in compliance?
No, we did not.
Ben?
Yeah.
An email correspondence I have from Robbie Hitcherson dated May 8, 2020 identifies they did do an inspection on that day and progress had been made and offered a 30-day extension for further compliance on that property.
And
So
then
it
we
was not
met with
closed.
him 3 weeks ago, and he said he was impressed and really appreciated all the cleanup and stuff, and never said anything more. Just that he would put it in our file, and you know.
Okay, so I'm good with having it all made sure that it's clear within the next 30 days, all done, clear, and then the administrative fees are $214.95, 7 days.
Okay, I have some photographs if you want to see.
No,
We don't need to. What it is that you pay $214.95.
Okay.
And you have 30 days to get documentation showing that you're in compliance.
Okay.
It sounds like you're doing a good job.
All
Keep
right.
moving forward.
And how do I get compliance at this point?
Well, you call for an inspection, and then they should give you a notice or some sort of documentation that says that you're in compliance.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay,
call
thank you
for-
very much.
Call for your inspection. All right, now we have the last one, Sony Choi.
Sonny, let me move the mic down.
Oh, my God.
My name is Suni Choi. The property address is 37033 Wildwood Canyon Road, Yucaipa.
This is listed on page 386 and 404 of the agenda packet, and then her letter is on page 405.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Choi.
I received the letter from the city a few days ago and said that it's intend to lien on the property for the fines. And there is a 47 fines in 2 years. So this problem started with the 2018 when I received the notice. Each time when I received the notice, either I would call or send an email to the officer that name was shown. The 2018, it was Lady Officer Osborne, and I did call and I did send an email and asked her on what was the reason that I would be fined, because at the time our house was leased and I was paying $300 a month for the gardeners, and it was well cleaned and maintained. And then the tenant moved out on March 2019, and then I was having a problem with the officer Hickerson, I believe. He sent me a notice. So I called him and told him the notice just came few days for the due date, so I would need the extension. And I told him I was hiring a local contractor. And the contractor went out, did the work, and he always did the year before and prior to year two, and we never had a problem. But officer came out and took us some of the pictures because we have a 5 acres that ground to be cleared. And then he sent us a notice to clear them. So each time in 2019, I hired Mr. Jason and another contractor, but they are not licensed, but they said they are subcontractors. They went out, did a lot of works. Normally we do it twice a year, but 2019, I believe I did 5 times. I can provide a payment I made. And each time officer goes out, take a picture in the corner somewhere, and then he said, this is not done, that's not done. And it was an ongoing issue. And then, strangely enough, that officer told me to hire Mr. Prater, the contractor locally in Yucaipa. He sent me an email, said, I think you should hire this person. He will do a good job. She will not have a problem. So
is
I
the
hired him.
So, ma'am, is it all fixed up? Is
Yes,
it done?
it's all done, and I hired him.
Okay, that's good. Ben,
let's hear
where
from
we're at.
Ben.
Then we're going to ask our staff to give us an update on your property. Hold on.
Yep, so this
Hold
is
on, ma'am.
into 37033 Wildwood View Drive. The code cases really relate to overgrown vegetation, particularly noting that it is in a higher fire area, and then some trash debris and just some wood piles that have been scattered on the property. Code enforcement officers have conducted site inspections at the date, showing that a lack of work has been done. Really, it's kind of going through the cases, just making sure that the property owner is proactive on doing the weed control or the weed abatement so that it isn't posing a fire hazard, especially in light of the property being, I think, currently vacant, and so no one's there on the site, and so it could pose a attractive nuisance for vagrants being inside and then setting something on fire given the fire severity.
So it sounds like she's taking care of the problem, so we just need to get out there and take a look and make
Inspect it.
sure it's all
Yeah,
done. So 30 days and the fines.
So
Same.
that-
Office already
Excuse me,
came
ma'am.
out.
Yeah.
So the code case has been closed. Just going through the history of when this case or this property gets cited as just kind of as every kind of weed season grows up, is just making sure that they're proactive to abate the issue before it poses a fire safety issue.
Okay, so the fine is administrative cost for both of them is $443.38?
543,
543?
38.
38. I gotta learn to do math. So your fine is 543.38, and you are in compliance right now, is that correct?
Thank you.
Okay, can you pay that by next Monday?
Yes,
Okay, very good. We'll do that then.
thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome. Is there anything else? I see someone else in the back there. Did we miss you?
No, she's
Okay, okay.
my friend. Thank you. Good night, ma'am.
That was fun. All right. We've done all that. Now we have announcements. Are there any announcements to
Mr.
make?
Mayor?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I think what we would need to do is have the council take action on the lien list with the adjustments as identified in your prior conversations, and then with a motion along those lines, the city clerk would take a roll call vote.
So move with those adjustments that were just completed.
And I'll second that along with the two ones that we've already waived that were mentioned at the beginning of this agenda item.
All right, we have a first and a second.
Just to clarify, that would be the adoption of the resolution.
Yes, the adoption of the resolution, and we did close the public hearing, right? Just,
Public hearing is closed.
okay.
So we have a first and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Riddell,
Aye.
Councilmember Bogue,
Aye.
Councilmember Duncan, Mayor Pro Tem Allen,
Aye.
Mayor Avila.
Yes. Okay, now for announcements. Any announcements to make? Nothing.
I just
Okay.
want to commend Dick Riddell for staying on the line the whole time.
I know.
You guys did well.
All right, closed session. Mr. Snow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me just get to that part of the agenda. So we've got a number of items on this evening's agenda. There are three liability claims. Liability claim number 2020-08 from Amy Porch. Claim number 2020-09, Richard Rodriguez, and liability claim 2020-10, Ethan Grimer. We would not expect reportable action on those items. The next item is item regarding existing litigation, case number CIVDS 1919353, Abel versus City of Yucaipa, and we don't expect reportable action on that item either. We have one case under anticipated litigation pursuant to paragraph 4 of subdivision D of 54956.9. We don't expect reportable action on that. And then finally, we have two rather than three. You'll recall the agenda was adjusted. Two, potential initiation of litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 of subdivision D of section 54956.9, and we do not expect reportable action on those items as well either. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Casey has informed me that we do, in fact, expect reportable action on the first three liability claim items. So, sorry about that.
Okay, very good. With that, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing, public city council meeting, and move over to closed session. Thank you very much. This portion of the meeting is adjourned.